in. Hi. Hello, Savannah. Hi, Plunge. Being Jesse, Kevin, Carly, Riley. Come on in. How are you doing? My husband picked the weirdest time to clip his fingernails. Like literally seconds before he goes live. And he's like, I gotta clip my fingernails. How y'all doing?
I'm here.
He's here.
Oh.
He's here. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing. Come on in, guys. We're excited, aren't we? We're going to do some stuff a little differently today. So if this is your third or fifth or seventh time with us, be excited because it's going to be fun. How you guys doing? What are you doing? I am doing shipping. What are you guys doing? Joe rocks. What's up, guys? Come on in. What's up, Dante? Welcome, welcome. Steven, what are you doing?
I'm just opening windows.
It's
I
just
tend to get a little overheated.
Hey, hey. What up, bro? We're grateful to have you guys here. We have some new stuff in the bin. Go check it out. The listings have carousel photos with more info on the coaching packages we provide y'all. So be sure to go when you click on it to like actually look at what the package is. All right. Thank you so much for coming in. I'm gonna pass it on over to my husband.
What's up, y'all? How y'all doing? Dante, what's up? How you all doing today? I gotta make sure I keep this room nice and cool because I get like fired up, passionate, you know. So, what's up, y'all? Okay, we're gonna dive right in. I am curious, what are you guys doing? My wife was asking, hey, what are y'all doing right now? It's Sunday. Y'all chilling right now? You hanging out? Just watching the snow. Oh man, we haven't had any. We're in Salt Lake City, Utah, and we haven't had any snow. Working, doing inventory. Gotcha. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. Y'all, how many of you have not been to a masterclass before? I know this is called live reselling. You're here before the wave. Anyone? Um, and we're back. And we're back. Eva, we added that time slot for the 5 o'clock one. Let us know. We put it on the 17th. If you want a different time slot, let us know. It's taken? Is it taken by you? Okay. We'll go in and figure out another one. No, it said it was unavailable. All right. We're figuring out a new system. So, but okay. We will figure that out. Okay. Um, so, y'all, how many of you are, I don't know either. We're gonna figure it out though. Okay. All right. Well, let's dive in. I'm curious. I was going to run a poll, but I'm curious. I want to throw some stuff out at you. I'm going to sit down for a second. How many of y'all, one of the things you're running into in your business is shipping? Is shipping a struggle for y'all? I'm talking with my wife about this a lot. How do y'all feel about shipping? No? Okay. Cool. Is that because, so for Ava, the that time slot that she said it was either unavailable, so I don't know if someone picked it up or
we'll figure it out.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. Mm-hmm. What? I said we were thinking about it. Yeah, let me see, Ava. Y'all, what Ava's talking about right now is we're gonna be doing a raid train. She's in our launch challenge. I have boxes set for different times I carry. And so she's asking about a time slot. So we want to make sure that we get a time slot that works. So if you guys are new here, one of the things that we have in our buy it now is, yeah, there we go. Okay, we have a launch challenge. So that's people that have joined us and they're going to be essentially launching their business or doing a relaunch. And when we initially offered this, we were like, this is what it is. And just like we teach here, market data, we want to follow our market data and figure out like what it is that we can do to bring as much value. Same thing I recommend you do in your business. The beautiful thing about live selling is you can get in front of your market and be like, what do y'all need? What do y'all need? So shipping is a bit difficult. Dante's like, it's my number one stress. Um, and so, yeah, there's a few people still trying to understand the whatnot shipping. Okay, cool. And one of the things, so stick around. We're gonna have a solution for you. One of the things that I recognized and just hit me last night as we were talking about it, like, man, I feel like shipping is such a thing that's preventing a lot of people from moving forward on the business. And they get in to do it, and it's like, how do I do this? And so we've done Q&As. What's up, Beth? We've done Q&As before. And that was like one of the number one things. So people are asking about shipping. The hard thing about answering shipping is um, it's custom to you. So whatever it is that you're selling and how you're selling it. And sometimes people are selling in different categories. So for those of you that are like, I'm lost on shipping, I'm curious, what is it that you either sell or you intend to sell? Yeah. Dante says, yeah, I didn't want to sell. And now that it's going better than I thought, I'm like, uh-oh, I have to send all this stuff. How many of you don't want to be where Dante's at? It's like, uh-oh, I made a bunch of sales. Now I got to ship these things, right? Ship these things. Is that so? This has come up: clothes, shoes, accessories. Okay, cool. Are you doing those all in the same show, or is that going to be something that they're going to be separated out into different shows? Curious about that. Okay, let's talk a little bit about shipping because I think it's the number one thing. Here are some of the things that come up. You guys let me know. What up? It's good to see you, Kristen. So here's some of the things that have come up. So Dante's like, I sell collectibles, cars, toys, clothes. He's like, I'm selling everything. If you want it, I got it. I can, right? So, and this came up. So we have a coaching group, right? And we did a call. We called it an intensive where we teach for a bit, and then what it actually ended up being is the community came together and they were talking. It was so beautiful, but they were talking about essentially how can we help each other and things that we all know. So only be friends though. I know how to stick to my niche. I love it. And so shipping. Okay, once I figure out shipping. Okay, so I'm going to give like an overview, but it's not really going to be like a teaching thing because number one is I'm not actually the expert on this. See, shipping hasn't been an issue for us, and it like clicked for me last night. Like, why has shipping been like, why has it worked so well? And we were talking with our good friend, and I knew this, but my friend didn't know this. My wife's talking about it. She was like, "Well, I ran a mail center for 4 years. So she knows UPS, she knows USPS, she knows FedEx, she knows all of them, and so she knows that because she managed two different locations at a mail center, and she'd be able to help anyone like ship anything, right? And that gave a great advantage for us when we came onto Whatnot because shipping never has been a thing for us. And Ava, you're like in the right place, okay? Because you're part of the launch thing. I don't know if you saw, but we're gonna do a whole thing on shipping. We're gonna dive into shipping. And so here's what you need to understand, okay? You guys ready? Here's why shipping can get a little bit weird, and it's like, how do I figure out shipping? And when you go into the Whatnot seller resources and you're trying to learn through Whatnot, you're trying to figure out how that works. But here's the thing. You guys ready for this? We're barely 10 minutes into this thing, all right? And we're gonna start talking about this. Yeah. Oh, is this one yours? Okay. My wife brought me a little bit of coffee. Coffee. I sell things from Disney, pins, tumblers, and bags. Okay. Cool. And so this was one of the issues. People will come into our Q&As and be like, "Hey, how do we do shipping?" And um, it's nuanced and it's not something that you can explain. Um, yeah, 100%. Dante, yeah. You want to know something else? You can have the post office come to your house and pick it up. You just schedule a pickup. Um, So here's one of the things that last night just completely unlocked for me. Um, yeah, yeah. Let's get started, dude. Let's get started right away. Okay, so here is why we would not be able to answer shipping questions through like a Q&A on doing something in a live like this. Because it's number one is you have to type out all the details about what it is that you're doing. And number two is we have to do like a whole background on it. And it clicked for me last night and I was like, oh my gosh, I get it now. Here's what, you guys ready for this? You guys ready? Let's talk about this. I gotta find a sheet. I gotta use an old one. Y'all, I use all of my big fancy post-it note things. I used them all. So okay. My wife had a good idea. Okay. So I got these aren't my big ones, but these are big still, right? Okay. Let me explain why I think there's such a thing around shipping. Give me a hands up again if shipping is something that you're like, oh man, I'm trying to figure this thing out. I don't want to move forward. Just give me hands up, just so I know how many people in here shipping is something that you want to understand better. Let me know. Dante, thank you. Fabi. Okay. Jackie, thanks you. Yep. Okay. Hands raised. Okay. And Ava, if you can, come on Wednesday to the call, okay, to inside the community. It's in the calendar already. Okay, I love it, Kristen, that you know shipping already. Okay, so let me explain why we keep running into issues with shipping, okay? This is why, and this is why I'm like, and let me tell you how I learned this, okay? This is why. Okay. And Ava, if you can't take that day off, I'm going to record the first section of it because my wife's going to do probably take 2 hours to talk through so that essentially what we need to do is there's a whole system behind it, right? And I was like, oh my gosh, we're trying to answer questions on shipping, but we're missing the entire thing of how this works, right? So Ava, if you can't make it, we're going to record it and we'll segment out that one part of the call. So we're going to do 2 recordings. My wife will teach in the morning for a couple hours and you'll see she's an expert at this.
Be a part of the call.
100%. Okay. Um, so here's why. All right. We have this giant, huge, established organization called USPS, the United States Postal Service, right? And this thing's been around for a long time. Okay. This 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 is the non-changing part of shipping, okay? Because guess who else goes through this? Poshmark. I mean, USPS is the thing. So then everyone else comes in, and Whatnot makes money off of shipping, right? So Whatnot comes in, and they have their deal with USPS. And so now we have Whatnot attached to this, okay? So Whatnot does their shipping through USPS. But when you ship an item, it goes to the post office. It doesn't go to Whatnot, right? So Whatnot just has a deal with USPS, okay? Their shipping is designed based off of USPS, which is not a changing thing. They don't change it up all the time. In fact, they're very slow to change things, which in some ways is good because once you learn it, then you're like, oh, I understand how to do this. The thing that may be difficult is the post office is the only business that I've ever seen that will openly come out and be like, we're going to take longer and probably not do as good of a job, and we're going to charge you more at the same time. And people are like, okay, well, okay, sounds good. What are we gonna do about that, right? Post office is the only business I've seen that's like, we're gonna provide a worse service and charge you more money. And everyone's like, sounds good. Thanks, USPS. We really like USPS, by the way, but it's taken us a lot of time to figure that out, right? So this right here, once you understand this, then this is easier to understand because the rules that Whatnot has is comes from USPS. And Whatnot does, as long as you are staying within USPS's rules, Whatnot's even not even going to know. So a lot of times, all the complications that you have to do all this stuff in Whatnot. Um, yeah, Bookish Gen. I actually want to talk about that. There's a few different ways of doing this, right? So a lot of times people are like, "Oh, I do all my shipping through Whatnot," but actually the big giant thing that we really need to understand is USPS. Make sense? It's not Whatnot. Okay, so everything that happens in Whatnot, yeah, you set your shipping station or your shipping settings, and all the things happen in here, but all of this is actually based off of USPS. Okay, now as long as you're falling within the USPS and as long as it's showing up and it's getting delivered and you're following what USPS is doing, Whatnot is cool with it. Okay. The only time that Whatnot is like, hey, you're not doing this right is when USPS keeps going back to Whatnot and being like, hey, whoever sold this thing and shipped this thing didn't do it right. Okay. And so I want you guys to keep that in mind. It's not about learning the Whatnot shipping. If you want to get really good at this thing that I think is a big hurdle for a lot of people, it actually starts with the USPS. Okay. Does that make sense? You're like, great. You told me. Do you bundle shipping? So we do. Yes. Okay. Cool. Cool. Um, So, and then Bookish Gen, you're like, hey, just so you know, they only like to scan a few at a time, 100%. But because you're dealing with USPS, that's how you really want to, your shipping and how quickly you can get it out and all of that is done through USPS. And so we've been doing USPS for a long time, right? So I'll tell you how long we've been doing it for. Our postal carrier who drops off our mail also picks up our packages. She has we have her number and she has our number, right? So she comes to our house and she scans everything. So that when people come in and they purchase something, what's up? Custom wood burning, good to see you. What up, Suzanne? Good to see you. I got your message on. I got your message. I haven't read it yet. I know that I have a message from you. I haven't read it yet, but here we are. This is where I am. That's why I haven't responded. Right? I believe you sent me a message. Okay, cool. No response to me. Okay, cool. I'm still gonna read it. I'm still probably gonna respond. Um, okay, so USPS is the thing that we need to understand. And when you get good at USPS, Whatnot will take care of itself because anything that changes in Whatnot is still um, it's still gonna be under USPS. So that's what we're like. It was this big unlock for me last night where I'm like, oh my gosh, like the reason why shipping hasn't been an issue is because my wife ran a mail center, and 1.2 of them for 4 years. Like when I say she ran a mail center, she had the keys to a mail center. She was the one that like actually managed this thing, right? Two of them. And so she knows it like crazy. And when we were doing shipping, anytime that you have a business, if you want to understand all the processes in your business, right? You want to understand all the processes in your business because, as I've said before, if you can't describe what you do as a process, you don't know what you're doing, right? I don't mean that in a mean way. I'm just saying it's just if you can't describe to me what you're doing as a process, you don't know what you're doing. So I'm like, I need to learn every aspect. I'm like, I'm gonna chill back for a second. You guys are gonna come over. We're gonna get I gotta adjust this. Okay. So I was like, I need to understand shipping. And she's like, great, let me teach you this. And so as we were going through it, I had to keep pausing her and be like, wait, how do you know that though? She's like, oh, well, you just like know that because of this, because it's flat rate. So therefore priority is going to go this way. And so when you adjust the rate on this and the dimensions, it would go in this type of box. And I'm like, oh, okay. So how do I figure that out? She's like, oh, and then the other thing she was doing as well is she would be like, this item weighs about this much. And I'm like, how do you know that? And she's like, well, because I've shipped like 20,000 different items, we're probably in the range of like shipping 30, 40, maybe even 50,000 if you count like everything we did in traditional reselling. So one of the things when you have the bundles, do you weigh the packages to make sure the weight is accurate before you ship? And this is one of the things. Great question. And the answer is No, we don't weigh the packages, and we don't run into problems. We don't have you whatnot hitting us up being like, hey, you got to fix this thing. Because I think a lot of times it's because my wife knows the range in which she can play, where it's not like everything has to be down exactly to the exact ounce to the gram and it has to all be put in there. She's like, no, I know I don't have to do all of the things, right? I don't have to do all of them. I just need to do the things to make sure that USPS, so if it's too heavy, right, then it can't go. If it's over 5 pounds, it's got to go ground, right? So these are all the things that happen because that I've learned from her. Okay. So because of this, it's going to be we're going to do an intensive. Okay. And we're going to do this. This is our next intensive inside of our, it's going to be inside of our pro coaching community. Okay. So so Ava, you're in already. We're going to record that, okay? We're going to record the first 2 hours where my wife breaks down USPS, okay? For those of you that are like, so where do I start, right? We're not going to cover it on here because it's like a whole big thing, and it's better for us to record that, and then what we'll do is we'll have it within our community, okay? Because then what we do after that is right after we go through everything, then we can work together to help people to where it's like, hey, this is how you do your thing. And what we don't want to do, so this is part of our yeah, Kristen, this is part of our coaching community. But today what we're going to be doing throughout this, we're going to go through it's going to be the masterclass, but today we're going to start things a little bit lower. We're going to, like, for those of you that have been watching us, we're going to auction because I want to see. So we're going to do some auctions, and then y'all, here's a cool thing. Let me kind of explain how this whole thing works, right? So when we do coaching, right? The coaching itself is very time intensive. How many of you have spent here with me on these master classes? I'd say more than like 4 hours. Anyone here spent more than 4 hours with me here? Me, my wife's been here for about 30, about 30 hours. Yeah, me. Y'all are up in the group. Yeah. So then I'm doing this, and then we're doing stuff on the community end, on the coaching side of it, right? While I list, thank you. When do I when do I get a paycheck? Yeah, I was gonna say like way past 4. Yeah, Dante, we met a couple weeks ago now, right? So the coaching itself, when we're like, hey, this is $97 for a coaching, and you're in, that's like it's a one-time thing, $97. That's a for the amount of time that we put into it, and I'm just being very like transparent and very like direct. It's not actually worth the time initially for me to do this from like a, let's say if I was to go work like corporate America and go get a salary and stuff. I'm not making my um I'm not making it's not profitable, is what I'm saying, for the amount of time that I put into it. Probably after all is said and done, if I actually calculate it, I'm like, I probably make like less than like minimum wage, and that's okay. And I want to say this because I want you guys to understand what I'm doing is the same thing that I recommend that other people do. This is what my wife and I are calling my $1 start phase. Now, I'm not saying that you need to do $1 starts, but why do we do $1 starts? Why have we done $1 starts in the past? Does anyone know why we do that? Does anyone already know where I'm going with this right now? Why have we done $1 starts in the past? I'll give you a hint. It's a, yeah, gain followers. So there's two parts to this strategy. I'm curious. I'm sending people to you because they ask me questions and I know you guys got the answers. Test product. Yes. Okay. Perfect. Boutique. Marianne, have you been hanging out with me? Have you been first kiss? $1. $1 for a kiss. Marianne, have we hung out before? Boutique? Yes. And I've been selling. Okay, cool. To get return buyers, right? To build, right? And exactly, Kiki's mom perfected the teaching process because you've done about 5 shows. Okay, cool, awesome. Build a relationship, 100%. Return buyers, and then the feedback, the data, right? Because when I have a relationship with y'all, here's a cool thing about being in a relationship with somebody is you guys are like kind enough to give me feedback that isn't like, it's not trolling or like it's like a negative critique. It's like, hey, I've had people come in here and give me great feedback, right? Yeah, the first few shows are an investment, right? That's also the same with our community because what happens is, and I'm just going to be like really straightforward. What I'm doing is I want to spend time with resellers and receive information back, so it goes back and forth. So when people come in to the community, and then I can see their face, and I'm talking to them, like when we do like our calls, we do a call at least once a week where people are getting on camera and we're talking. So like community coaching, right? And then they can specifically tell me so I can hear in their own words exactly what they're struggling with, and then we go back. It's like R&D. We go back and develop a solution and then bring it back. Okay, so what we're looking to do, love it. I was expecting profits in my show like trad reselling has helped me see light. Oh, I love that, Suzanne. Thank you. I'm getting repeat buyers and followers now. So fun. Yes, I love that. The value is in the relationship. Yes, 100%. Even if I lose money or break even, I'm okay with it. Yeah, because it doesn't last forever, right? And you're getting that feedback, right? So as that's the same thing that we're doing. We're going out to the market and being like, what are you all struggling with? How can we help? And then you guys tell us, and then we're like, cool. And then even deeper, when the coaching community, they can go into depth around what it is, and I get all this feedback, and then I'm like, how can we solve this? And so then we can create content like recording videos and creating slide decks and all the things step by step of how um, we can deliver that. And then later, essentially what I'm doing is I'm getting paid at least a little bit up front that I can invest the time into this because it's a kind of a losing proposition at first. And then I can create the content which can serve to help tons of different people out there. It's the same thing like you're doing in your business. Dante said, my first live went so amazing following your advice. It makes me feel like I owe you. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to make it feel like you owe me a bunch, Dante. That's my trick. I keep giving to you that reciprocal thing. You're like, oh man, I owe this guy something. I'm just kidding. You blessed me just by being here. You purchased a playbook from us. Dante, is that correct? You have a playbook. Or did you win one? Remind me what happened. Like you've said, it's all about process, building process, so important. You're sharing a great tone, and I love your analogy. Thanks, Boutique Marianne. Am I not following you, Marianne? We're friends. We're friends now. Okay, so I just bully a little bit, and then I show you cookies. Is the bullying and the cookies, are those correlated? Like I'm bullying you because I'm like Dante doesn't have one of these. Um, okay. Oh, you want it? Okay. Um, I feel guilty if I don't tip once in a while. I love it. I need a cookie. Me too. Should we make cookies today? I don't know. My wife's doing a lot of stuff today, so I don't know. She's already in here. Okay. Oh, that's right. Okay, I see what's going on. Okay, cool. Well, I'll try not to keep bringing that up. Okay, a wife is not necessary for success on whatnot. All right. I got to tell you guys something funny. My Novation Station, he's like a brother to us. Like he's over at our house all the time. He's part of this. He's part of the community. He's learning all. He's watched our entire journey. But he was like, "What if we start up a whole new app instead of called Whatnot? What if we call it Why Not?" So when people get on, like, yeah, why not? So all right. Okay, backtrack. Where were we? Okay, where were we? All right. So this is what we're going to be covering. So for those of you that have been hanging out and you're like, I'm interested in the coaching community, we're going to be running some of these today, and we're going to start them at a lower for the full on like community. If you guys want to know what I'm talking about, go into the buy it now. Okay. Go click on. So I have the Live Reseller Pro coaching and community. It's the same thing that the launch was, but I'm changing the offer. It's the same offer, but I'm changing it for the nature of what it is. Because what I thought it was is this is why it's so cool to do live sales. So it's pinned right there. If you click it, you can carousel and see what it is. What I think the value of something is my hypothesis, and then I bring it to the market. Okay? So let's talk about this for a second. So this makes sense, right? So you guys have been here before, you're gonna know what this is. My wife is so good at this. She knows how to just do it without like. Granted, she's not moving around all the time. So this is a two target strategy. the target and this strategy is what we're using. Like this is just like a business strategy in general. So not just for live selling, but business in general. I would recommend for those of you that have other businesses and anyone in here have other businesses besides selling on whatnot and reselling. I'm curious. Because I know that we have people in our community that they have other businesses of what they're doing. Okay, cool. This right here is whenever we're looking at a business, when I worked in software, this was the customer lifetime value. This is what we're doing, and then we're getting feedback. It was the same thing. So this strategy, this two target strategy, what's up? What is up in a violet world? So good to see you. Um, so happy that you're here. So I sell software in my day job. Guess what? That's what I did as well, right? So the software that you're selling was the same thing for us. We were looking to increase customer lifetime value. So they would come in and they would we would set them up on a contract, and then they would have I was an account executive, so I'd be on the front side of sales, right? Helping them figure out their problems, together pricing, do all the demonstrations, all that. And then on the back side, they would have support, and the support was designed to make sure that they are getting the most value out of what they've already purchased. And then secondly is to get feedback, and then over time with that feedback be like, oh, you're struggling with this, we have another product that's developed to help you, thereby would this be helpful, and then they buy more from you, and so you're increasing the customer lifetime value. This is the same thing that y'all should be doing in your businesses, okay? And you guys will hear me talk about this all the time, but this is why I think traditional resellers they get beat up in live selling, because they don't adopt this. They're going to adopt the traditional resale mindset, which is not this. Okay, it's not this. It's to maximize profit off of each transaction. Okay, and instead of trying to maximize profit off of each transaction, it's the same thing that we're doing in the coaching. I'm not trying to make a bundle of money from the people that have chosen to work with us. That's not my target. My target, very transparently, is number one is it was first kiss, right? So now I'm all friends with them, right? Um, um, and Suzanne, I saw that you have a message come across, and maybe I can have my wife check it here in a little bit. Um, and so what I'm doing is, so we have first time buyers. They're now my job is to increase the customer lifetime value of the people that are working with us. Because if then what do I mean by that? I don't mean to extract value out of this. This is the other piece that you got to like think about with this is it's not about the customer lifetime value is not about just extracting money out of the buyers for as long as you can. That's not what it's about. It's about getting the market feedback and then giving them the value, and then over time the customer, it's just a natural exchange. That's all exchange. That's all currency is a currency of value that's being exchanged, right? So so that way what I'm doing is I'm number one is I gotta get some up front, because I still got like things that I gotta do, right? Yes, natural exchange, 100%. And so and then the second thing is I want to get the feedback from the people that I'm working with and talking with all the time. So as I'm doing these master classes, yes, I'm giving away like everything we're doing in our playbook. I'm giving away all the stuff. I'm not holding back a ton of stuff. Now, I don't go into any advanced things because it's not relevant here, right? Because if I was working with you, yeah, we're going to give away. We're doing a giveaway. This is what we're giving away. Playbook. And everything I'm talking about in here, we're going to give a digital copy of this away. Curious, anyone in here have this already? Who has this already? Who already has this? I'm curious. What's up, Foster Friends? Welcome back. If I win, I'm going to ask you to send it to a friend. Ava, you're not supposed to be in there. You like to see your name in the confetti, huh? I think I do. I'm not sure. Is that bad? I got a link. Yeah, go to the link. Kristen, it's there. Okay, cool. Holmes Haven, you have it. Have you read it? Curious, have you read it? Because here's the thing. When you guys tell me about it, like, the one thing that I had questions on, I don't usually win. That's about to change now. Okay, cool. Um, I would love to hear any feedback. Things that were like, hey, I would have loved more clarity on this. Hey, right? So let me know. Yes, I have it. Peter KO is like, I got it. Okay. So we're gonna give this away in about 3.5 minutes. Okay. My goal is, and I've been watching as I can. Okay, I love it because I go into other details in here. So I'm talking about this, but even as I'm going through and I'm getting feedback from people real time, I'm going to go back in later and I'm going to revise this and add in things. So this will grow over time. The reason why I'm saying all this is I want to encourage you all to do the same thing in your business. Do you talk about tracking inventory and expenses, the other aspects of the business side of doing this? Yes. We don't have inventory to track though, Marianne. Are you a traditional reseller by chance? Can we? Okay, cool. Are you a traditional reseller? What I mean by that, do you sell on eBay, Poshmark, Depop, Mercari? Um, I've been buying in bulk. Okay. Are you selling only in live selling or are you selling? Okay, well, of course you stop to track the cost of goods. Yeah, 100%. 100%. No, pallets. Okay. Okay. We track the cost of goods very much like probably people do in pallets. I have an eBay account. Okay, do you sell on eBay? I'm curious because of course you've got to you do have to track. Hey, Schwally sells. You purchased a playbook from us um a while back. Is that correct? Okay. Marianne, I want to chat with you for a second. Y'all hang out, stick with me. Marianne says yes, but I've switched to live selling. I haven't done pallets. Um, Spaghetti is 100% correct. That is a fact, right? What's up, kick a buck? Okay, Schwally, if you're still in here, let me know. Let me know if you have. I believe you purchased a playbook from us. Let us know, and then we'll send you a link because anyone who's purchased a playbook can get into that.
She did, and I sent her the link to the community.
Okay, we're good. All right. Okay, cool.
And you're not reading my messages.
I'm sorry. It's just we're cruising down. I have to keep scrolling up. Okay. No, you're totally good. And then my wife just let me know, like, yes, the thing that you're gonna tell her, I've already done. Like, okay, cool. So go check your messages for the link because we would love to have you in the community. So do you just track inventory when you sell product? So my wife hand selects everything, right? So if are you receiving when you get pallets, are they manifested? Meaning, do you know what's exactly in the pallets? I'm curious. Are they spaghetti? You're a champion. Like I was so excited I'm so excited to meet right here. Okay. 30 seconds on that givey. We got 9 entries in. Got 9 entries. We're giving this away here in just a moment. So in about 10 seconds here, we're gonna give this away. Okay. So they're unmanifested. All right. Man, spaghetti, thank you so much. Okay, we're giving this away. Who's getting it? I love like the last second entries. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa. Nice, Sari. Hey, welcome back. Do you have one of these already? Well, you do now because it's coming your way. I didn't really purchase it, and it was by share with everyone. Okay, gotcha. Kristen, you don't even need to worry. Okay, we're gonna help you out. You've been a big help to us. We're gonna help you out. Okay. Yeah! Congratulations. Okay, cool. I was going to do the same thing after 50K sales, but realized how busy I would be. I'm so glad you guys are doing it. Someone needed to. What's up, Jesse? You are welcome, Sari. Spaghetti, are you talking about helping people? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, you are so welcome, Sari. What's up? Master classes. Yeah, cool. Yeah, it's and it's a lot, and there's a lot that goes into it because when you go in, you're going to start, when you talk with people, you're like, oh man, there's like so many different variables to this. So the whole idea behind this is frameworks, right? Because what I really want, my main thing, here's like my overall mission is I want to empower people to be able to understand the concepts in here and then be able to come up with their own strategies and tactics that align with this. And so that way they're empowered to do this. Yeah. So you're 100% right. The average streamer, so Foster Friends, y'all go follow, okay? Crushes it. Um, she told me, or he, I actually don't know. Um, I believe Spaghetti, right? Is that your name? I'm a crazy lady. Go follow the crazy lady. The one that's like Spaghetti. Go follow Spaghetti Foster Friends. The one who's like that crazy lady who's saying that you need a business plan for what you're doing. That's such a crazy idea. By the way, she has like 65,000 cells, y'all, on Whatnot. Okay? And it was so nice because Spaghetti, in order for when I'm talking with somebody, like you helped out so much because when we would do Q and A's, I would be talking and teaching these things, and I had so much pushback from people being like, I receiving so much pushback around the things that I was talking about, and I was like, oh man, I wonder like, um, I think a lot of people get started in live selling or in traditional selling, but there's it's a whole culture in and of itself, and then business principles are kind of left on the outside. So I think a lot of people get into this and there's not business principles being brought into this, even having like a strategy, right? You don't want to wing it. Hope isn't a strategy. So yes, love it. So, and I was so grateful to have, because some people, they would come in. My business background is number one, I've talked to like thousands of businesses, and I've done sales for years. And we have a live reselling business that we've done traditional resale and we've done live selling for the both of those over the last 6 years, over 6 years. And I'm also like obsessed with business stuff. Like I there's people that I follow. All of my content is all around like learning business principles and applying it. So what kind of sales was I in? So I was account executive for a software company. I worked at an inbound contact center that we had small businesses call in. I did sales like that. And then I also coached a sales team. I haven't done door to door, but I've done so many different types of sales over my lifetime. I was an account executive before I got my master's. Hated it. um, so, yeah, I there's aspects of the account executive role that I really enjoyed. So I've noticed major spiritual warfare towards you guys. Yeah. Yeah, 100%. When it's totally okay. You might have been in. I was talking about steal the flag last night, right? When we start getting close to a flag, I expect it. I told my wife before we did this, hey, just be ready. There might be some people. Um, there might be some people that like just stuff that comes up. It's not a like a huge big deal. Like expect it. Like anytime that you get out there and you're doing something, like expect like not everyone is going to be like on board with what it is. Yeah. So and that's totally fine. That's totally fine, right? So, and I remember that very first on like doing Q and A's and having a lot of people like really pushing back on some of these concepts, and I'm like, and then I would go check and I'd be like, well, this person doesn't even they're not even doing the thing that I'm talking about, and so I was like, man, I just want to have a strategy behind this. What I don't want to do is give tactics and then have people being like, I did your tactics, and some people are like, it worked, and some people are like, it didn't work, and it's like, that's because we have to have the strategy behind what it is that we're doing. If we don't understand it, tactics don't make any difference. Alexa, next. Okay, so yeah, but you're selling something. You should certainly expect challenging questions. But who's attacking you? Um, this is like in I would say not like um so we have had trolls and that's totally fine. And yeah, 100%. We are selling something. I love the challenging questions because of that. Those are the things. Like that's what I love about this is the market feedback that I get, the feedback and the data that I get right away. Because when you are getting that and the challenging questions, it helps to refine the message of what you're doing. Well, it's the same thing you're doing in your business when you're selling anything. Is if you can get feedback, you're getting that feedback whether it's working or it's not working, whether it's bidding up or it's not, right? And so I love it. I love it. So let's dive in. I wanna know a couple things. So would you guys just help me out? We were gonna do this as a poll. Oh, not so much on the attacking side of me, like personally on this. And really, some of this stuff is like outside. It's not like this whatnot type thing. It's um, it is. So we are followers. We believe in the Bible. We follow Jesus Christ. What we have noticed is when we start making moves towards something, things that all of a sudden seem like random out of nowhere start coming in. So not even like directly. I'm not saying like somebody coming in on whatnot. Things start kicking up in other areas where you're like, this is really interesting. That as soon as we start moving on some of this stuff, there are attacks coming in from both the thing that we're doing and attacks coming from outside of things where you're like, this is odd, right? So it's in real life, and they sometimes show up as like physical people. So that's what I'm trying to explain. So it's hard to be like, it's that person over there. Yeah, I have had people be like, did you dye this? I'm like, what would I have to do in order to like do this? Probably quite a bit. So let's I want to understand some things. So what I was thinking for a poll is I want to see where people are at. Like, what is your biggest challenge? You guys tell me some of these things that come up for you. So one of them, thank you, Kristen. And yes, Tweetco, you hit it on the head. Yep, spiritual principalities, 100%. So some of the things that I hear as challenges that people come up with, and we'll put a poll up. That way, when people come in, I want to see where it's at. What would you guys all guess? What are the biggest challenges, not just for in your business, but even just throw some stuff out for other people? Like, where do you see other people challenged in doing this? Here are the things that I have seen, because sometimes what people say is their challenge is not actually the thing. Okay, streamlining for me. Okay, so spaghetti's like streamlining. Okay, getting everything set up, printer, iPad, learning to do live. Okay, so um that's interesting because I think the shipping is part of that. No challenge for me anymore. Oh, got it. Nailed it. Show up to a masterclass and be like, boom, got it. I love it. Tracking inventory. I think it's integrating personal and business being at a happy medium. Interesting. Okay. I like that. Um, okay. So tracking inventory. Okay. Um, and you were mentioning that you purchase pallets. Okay. So here's some of the things that I see. I think shipping is like number one. I think another one is what was mentioned, which was Siri being like getting everything set up, printer, iPad, learning to do live. So just setting up to do it, like the how to do a live well. Is that one? What do you guys think? Moderators, Jesse, my beautiful wife. What do you guys think? Yeah, everything after the shipping tomorrow. I think everything you said makes it also easy. Okay, cool. Thanks, Dante. Let me see. I think that it's a fantastic point. You or your biz if you have your face on camera, 100%. Okay. Okay. Cool. So I'm getting some tracking of inventory or numbers. So let's just say like numbers in general. So shipping, how to get set up, numbers. Is numbers one of them for y'all? You have to be appropriate balance between your relationship with your cousin. Yeah, you guys are okay. You guys are in a conversation. Sorry, I'm like jumping in your conversation. Like, what are you guys talking about? Right, we weren't talking to you, dude. You're not part of this. Like, okay. My wife has to remind me because I'll start reading all the chats. She's like, if your name isn't on it, it's not up for you. I'm like, oh, okay. I'm eavesdropping into people's conversations. So, um, Julie, right? Julie, you're saying, I don't know how to keep track of it. Can you tell me a little bit more, Julie, of what you mean? Like, I don't know how to keep track of it all. It takes me forever to figure out what I paid for something. I'm gonna hit on that. I'm gonna hit on that right now. Okay, numbers for sure. Understanding net profit. Okay, net profit, like after everything is done. Okay, 2 years in development. Those are okay. Sorry, you're not talking to me. Here I am. Okay. Okay, thank you, Tweetco. So shipping, setup, sourcing, and everything else. And I would say, I'd even say like numbers. Are you guys getting numbers on this? So numbers is one of those things. Let me show y'all how. Let me just throw some stuff out at you. Now here's the thing. Okay, for those of you that are like shipping, we're gonna do a whole thing. Okay, we're gonna do a whole thing on this in our community. Okay, and then once we've done that, we find it, we get the feedback. We'll figure out how we can help like bring that out for more people. Um, okay, Julie's like, I was lazy with my bookkeeping. Love it. Here we go. Numbers tracking biz. Nice. We can do. Oh man, this poll thing is awesome. I can see this real time. Awesome. Okay. So Julie was like, I was lazy with my bookkeeping basically, and I need to know what is the best system for me, a spreadsheet or QuickBooks, because I'm going to have to do taxes. Yeah. So QuickBooks is awesome. Okay. Um, nice. Schwally's bringing some value here. Thank you. Um, yeah, 100%. Using Bendu at the moment. Okay. Boca Bell. I'm gonna just click on you real quick. I'm gonna talk to you. Okay. I want to talk to you because you're using Bendu. And if you want, can you give me the first initial of what Bendu is listening to? What platform? You have to like do it secretly or you'll get muted. Just use the first initial and I'll know who it is. Because if you're using Bendu, you're using it to list on several. Okay. You're like, look, all of them, all of them, right? So let me guess, eBay and Poshmark. Is Mercari still a thing? Is Mercari still a thing, y'all? Or did that die? I felt like I was on its way out. Depop, Etsy, those are the 5 that we did. Are any of those? It is, but they're bringing fees back. Okay, cool. Gotcha. Um, okay, so. Oh, there is like a 41. I think it stands for personal. Just saying. Okay. The right now it's other. The poll. So in our poll, it's saying what's your biggest challenge in your live selling business. What is the other? Other is winning right now. That of course could be a variety of things, but I wonder if we could like bring it down. So numbers and tracking. So let's start. We're gonna talk about numbers, and then Boca Bell, if you want to hang out with me, I want to talk to you about traditional reselling. Okay. So, um, let's talk numbers real quick. Okay. And in order for me to do that, I do have to talk a little bit about I got to talk a little bit about traditional reselling. Okay, so in traditional resell, the idea behind it is to maximize the profit off of each transaction that you're doing, right? So um, yeah, I would love that if you guys can tell me what are the other things that you're dealing with. I love that Spaghetti's like streamlining was one of them, right? So it's that the process of doing it. Okay. Look, and when you're in traditional resale, and Boca, I can talk to you about this as well because this is gonna be relevant. So for those that are like, hey, numbers, let's talk numbers for a little bit, um, and let's talk traditional resale. And I want to talk about those two things because in traditional resale, the target is to maximize the profit off of each transaction, right? So what do I mean by that? Well, when you list something onto Poshmark or onto any of these like eBay or any of these or Etsy, what it is you're listing it onto a search engine, right? And the search engine itself is how people find you, right? It's how they find your item, right? So the goal is Alexa, next. Um, And so when you're trying to maximize profit off of each transaction, then it makes sense to track what you paid for each one of those so that you know. So if you bought something for $15 and you're like, okay, I'm trying to get like $45 out of this, then you understand how much so that you know. Alexa, play Child of God Deluxe. Child of God by Forrest Frank and Jonathan Caputo. Alexa, Alexa, play Deluxe Child of God. I want to get this.
by Forrest Frank and Jonathan Caputo on Amazon Music.
Alexa, play Child of God Deluxe album.
Forrest Frank from iHeartRadio.
All right. Okay, close enough. Because they were like, talk to Alexa, you have to figure out the right sequence, right? Um, okay. Let's dive into traditional reselling. Okay. Boca Bell, let's talk about this. Boca Bell, I'm going to talk to you. Julie, I haven't forgotten about you. We're going to talk about numbers, but I think it's going to be really helpful. Okay. In traditional resale, your objective is to maximize the profit off of each item. That's what you're trying to do, and that makes sense. So if you spend $15, you're like, I'm trying to get $45 out of this. That way, I'm making a profit off of each transaction. A lot of traditional resellers, they come over into live selling and they term the vehicle as being like, oh, I know what live selling is. It's like traditional resale, but it's here to move items and to do so cheaply. So I'm just using this in order to move items. And I myself am going to push back really hard on that idea because I believe that's actually why traditional resellers don't actually do all that well in live selling. They're actually two completely different vehicles. Okay. So, what do I mean by that? I mean that if you believe that your business is based off of the product that you have, if you believe that your business is based off of the product that you have, if I pick this up for 10 bucks, and my goal in traditional resale is to sell this for 30 bucks, then that makes sense for me to do. However, if I take that same mindset and I bring it over to live sales, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have this vehicle, but I don't understand the power of this vehicle. So I'm going to think, oh, this is like traditional resale and I'm trying to maximize profit. But when you come over here to do that, what happens is you're not maximizing profit. That's actually not even what this vehicle is for. I believe that if anyone believes in traditional resale, what Whatnot is good for is to get rid of items quickly. That's what it's designed for, is missing the entire beauty of what this thing actually is, okay? You cannot have two North Stars, okay? What I mean by that is people run into problems because when they bring that idea over, um, then what happens is they end up trying to do two things at the same time, or they do one of them and they find out like Whatnot doesn't work all that well. So that's why, like for me, we came out of traditional resale, selling on eBay, Poshmark, Mercari, Depop, Etsy, all the above, 5 platforms all at the same time. So we used Vendu at one point, right? Um, and we used List Perfectly as well. I don't remember in which order, but I do remember this. I remember in traditional resale, remember this very clearly. My goal was to get quality items that I could get as many active listings as possible, because the more active listings that I was putting up every single day, the more my business would scale, right? That's the idea behind traditional reselling, right? If I get more good quality products and I optimize my listing because they're going onto a search engine, then I will make more sales. And if I can just optimize those listings and I can do like 10 to 15 to 30 to 50 to 80 of these a day, my business will grow over time. But guess what else grows over time? The scalability of your business becomes difficult because now you're selling on multiple platforms. You have to store all of this inventory and it turns into a giant mess and it's not streamlined at all. Because now I was talking with somebody yesterday. Who was I talking to yesterday? I remember who I was talking to yesterday. Um, and so what we were talking about is she had 5,600 active listings on Poshmark currently. Right now she has 5,600 active listings. Okay. When we have that many listings, guess what else has to go up? Your inventory system needs to be able to manage 5,600 listings, because you don't accidentally find one item that's sold out of your 5,600 items. So you have to have an inventory system that is locked in to be able to go find that. And if you rely on things like your right? That's how we ended up with 5 storage units. Scaling is a monster. It's not a scalable business, and as because it becomes this big bloated beast, and the beast becomes so big, if you stop feeding it, that beast will like shrink down over time, but so do your profits and your sales over time. Well, not necessarily your profits, but your sales will come down as well. So you have to keep feeding this thing again and again and again. Anyone who's tried to like actively do this, you understand that it is the labor and the storage and the complexity of the systems that also have to increase as well. So it's not as profitable as you might think. Okay. So I know this also is my thing as well. We had two big storage units, like the biggest ones we could find. We had two of them, right? So and we were taking in like banker boxes filled with new active listings every single day. Our target was we were doing like an average of like between like 30 to 50, kind of depending on what we had. 30 to 50 was our average per day, and we were looking to get to like an average of 100 or 80 to 100. That's where we were trying to push our business. And my wife and I were just like, how are we going to do this? We had virtual assistants out in India and in the Philippines, which was great, except for the Philippines internet wasn't all that great at the time. I don't know how it is now because we don't have a virtual assistant. We had an in-house employee that would come in and photograph and measure and list the items, put it into a spreadsheet. We needed to have a separate spreadsheet because if anything happened on eBay or on our Vendu or List Perfectly, if that stuff didn't line up and something got switched up, we needed to have a way. What's up, Cindy? We needed to have a way to go find it from our own data. So everything became more and more complicated. And after selling on 5 platforms at the same time, we're like, we're done. Why? Because we kept running into an issue where we had something up on a cross-listing platform like Vendu or List Perfectly, and we'd mark it as sold, but then like 3 months later or 2 months later, we didn't recognize it. Although it was marked as sold, it didn't pull off all the listings off of another platform. And then it sold on another platform. We don't remember because we're selling so much stuff. We don't even know what sold like 2 months ago. It's not like we remember. Also, they're already in poly bags and stuff. So what ended up happening is we're spending all this time looking through the storage unit being like, maybe it's not in box 117, maybe it's in box 171, or maybe it's this one. And we're pulling out all these different things, like trying to find it. And then we're like, did this sell? And then, so like 45 minutes later, and then we're looking like, oh my gosh, this sold on Poshmark 2 months ago. What happened? And then we get on and be like, oh man, our cross listing platform didn't pull this off. And for me, when we run into that, number one, I just spent 45 minutes, right? Um, yeah. The thing is though, like the thing is even in that where you're like, oh, I'm like how big that is, right? It's the whole system itself is not designed to be scaled until you are at a point that you need a way. You better be planning on being like that's what Amazon has done, right? Like they have these massive warehouses. They know exactly where things are at. Your technology and your inventory systems, we noticed that every time we had it, like we would be listing a whole lot more, our inventory system, we'd have to reconfigure how it was done, right? That's not even counting like how do you go through and audit that? How do you go through and audit 5,600 listings to make sure that all 5,600 items are still listed? Maybe there was an error somewhere along the way, or maybe you're sitting on inventory that's been up there for a while. So not only is it hard to scale up a business like that, but in order for you to streamline it and run it efficiently becomes more and more difficult. Okay. And I know like as I'm talking about this stuff right now, I know traditional resellers are there's going to be one or two reactions that I get from traditional resellers. They either want to like battle me on like, no, I get it, but it's not like that, or they're like 100%, you're speaking my language, and either way, I'm cool. I don't mind. My goal is I'm trying to go back and talk to who we were like 3 years ago and be like, you should stop doing this immediately and you should move over into live selling. I think that people that traditionally resell and then try to do live selling at the same time, and they keep the traditional resale mindset, struggle. They struggle here. If you want to, and I can tell you why that is. Okay. In what not sell price, not product value, nor seller's reputation, my wife is just turning inventory, and I figured her margins are down to like 12%. So they're down from what they were before. Okay. So there's several ways to scale. You can increase the number of sales you make. You can also increase your profit per item with the same number of sales. So that's another thing, right? You get better items. That's what she's saying. Like get better items, and then you'll have maybe your margin's the same, but because it's a higher ticket item, you make more money. So it might be like my margins are still like a 30% margin, but that's a $10 product versus a $100 product. It's a larger amount of money. Here's the thing that I'm so adamant about. It's two things that you do not have in traditional resale, okay? In traditional resale, when you make a sell, for the vast majority of traditional resellers, and I've yet to see somebody actually show me their return buyer rate and be like, no, you're wrong about this. I've been able to do this. For the most part, the return buyer rate is very low. And I mean like sub 5%, okay? What does that mean? That means if you if you have a return buyer rate that is like in the single digits, honestly, if it's less than like if you're doing anything like 30%, 40%, 50% return buyer rate and under, what you're needing to do is you need to figure out what how much a customer is worth to you. But if you're I can tell you what your customer is worth to you if your return buyer rate is 5% or less. Meaning you make a sell and you to one customer and then that customer never comes back. Or if they do come back, it's like out of 100 customers you have one that comes back. Maybe you have five, maybe. Okay? So, I love that. Schwally, you're right on track, okay? Um, yeah. Julie, I can answer that right now. We don't have any items stored right now. Well, I mean, we have items in a closet. The items that we have stored are like they're for an upcoming show. So I have some kids items over here, but that's it. We don't hold on to inventory. We no longer have storage units. We no longer have these things anymore. Okay. So what you need to do is you need to understand that if your return buyer rate is that is the game. That is the game because if your return buyer rate is say single digits, what it means is every time you sell an item and you get that buyer never comes back. So whatever your average order value is, or like whatever you make on average per item, say you make $20 average per item, if you don't have a return buyer rate, then your customer lifetime value, if like write this up with a big permanent king size Sharpie right on your forearm until it's memorized, it's in your brain, CLV right on your forearm. So every time you're listing something, like, is my CLV growing, right? Your customer lifetime value trumps how much you're making per item. It trumps all of those things, right? Why? Because it's more difficult to it's five times more difficult to get a customer than it is to sell to a returning buyer, right? So we call it first kiss, right? um okay, Schwally, let me I'm going to answer that, but honestly, if you have new buyers each show and you're making $1,000 per show, who cares if they're new or they're returning? We care because what we're optimizing for is two things. We're optimizing for customer lifetime value. If I make $20 average per item and I want to make $200,000 a year, I need to go find 10,000 customers over the course of a year. That's like roughly like I think like 28 a day, every day, Monday through Sunday, 28 every day, right? However, when I have return customers, I don't need to go out and find 10,000 new customers. And because of that, when I get return customers, I'm also getting another thing as well. I'm getting market data, okay? Nope, we're not live streaming other locations. We are in one thing. So so why is that important? Because we want to optimize for return buyers, okay? I've seen people, we've purchased somebody on here. um exactly. Exactly, believe I believe. Bell Ivy, you're right on point. You don't have to reestablish trust. You already established that. We were calling it first kiss. Maybe we're going to switch it to first dance because the analogy like falls off. So what you have to so Schwally says, but if well, one show I have 25 new customers and 75 return or vice versa, I'm just as happy. I feel that they'll come back when they want, 100%. But what it depends on what it is that we're optimizing for. This is why I think traditional resellers, they struggle with this because they're not optimizing to get return buyers. Meaning everything that we're doing in our business is to create a customer experience that allows for people to come back. Okay. So that it encourages them to come back and spend again and again. The other thing that you don't get in traditional resale is you get market data. What does that mean? This is hard for traditional resellers to hear, but not all of your items are worth maybe what you think it is, right? So how do you figure out if an item is worth something in traditional resale? Either you have to go off of experience that you already know. You're like, I know what this is because I've sold a bunch of these, right? Or what you got to go do is you go into like your comps on eBay. You go, Alexa, play Child of God Deluxe.
I can't find the album Child of God Deluxe by Forrest Frank.
Alexa, play FKJ. She's driving me crazy today. Okay. So what happens is when the market feedback that you're getting, you don't get as rapidly as what you get when you're live selling. Meaning, if I show an item right here and either it goes for its starting price or it doesn't sell or it gets bid up, all of that is market data. Okay. All of that is market data, right? That market data comes in quickly. So we want fast feedback because when we get that, when we go back out to find new items, that market data, we remember it, right? Especially if we're like journaling it and being like, okay, let's track this. Here are the items that did well. So when we go in to do shipping, for example, when we go to do shipping, my wife is looking at what sells, what didn't sell, and the things that got bid up. Why? Because she's like, I'm getting return buyers. These people are coming back and they're buying. When I keep finding items that my return buyers like, guess what? It's not just one person that likes that thing. There's other people that come up. Okay. Boca Bell, you said fear. It's scary to put all my eggs in whatnot. We didn't do that all in one go, by the way. Just so you know, Boca Bell, we didn't do that all in one go. We had um, we had probably like, I don't know, when we started to move over, we were probably nearing like 2,000 listings on eBay. We were only selling on eBay and Etsy, but we didn't pull everything out. Like we didn't just shut it down our eBay store and then move everything over. We systematically started pulling things out, taking it off of eBay and then selling it on whatnot. And we were doing that to get market data, right? Why? Because the market in traditional resale is different than the market that you're getting in live sale, right? It's not the same type of thing. So what we want to do is make sure that the market data that we're getting, we take that in as being like, this is what the market is telling us. See, we don't get caught up in being like, well, I know this is a good item. No, I know that it's a good item. Let me lay this out to you in a really simple thing that I learned years ago. Okay. This is one of these things that I think a lot of people okay. And this is where Schwally Sales and I are absolutely 100% going to disagree. Okay. And let me like lay out my case for why I think that traditional resale will not be able to compete with live sellers who go all in with live selling. Number one is if you are holding that hybrid thing, it's very difficult to be a traditional reseller and then also have the mindset of what live selling is. They're not the same thing. They're two completely different business models. And I see a lot of traditional resellers come in here and they use whatnot, this live selling thing, as like it's an extension of traditional resale. But it's not a tradition. It's not an extension. See, when we talk about this, that's why we say that live reselling, this is so important. Live reselling is not a product based business, it's a process based business. When I go to list something on eBay, it's about my product, right? It's about my product, right? Because when I'm selling something on eBay, I'm putting it on a search engine. So I need to find something that people are going to search up. So I'm looking at like keywords and then I'm going to look at comps. Is this thing already selling, right? It's all about the product and then optimizing for that, right? And so for me to do that, I either need to get my own market data by trying stuff out and seeing what sells and seeing what doesn't sell, or I got to go start following. I gotta start following other people and figuring out what they're doing, right? So I'm seeking after other people's market data. That's why haul videos and thrift with me videos and what sold this weekend videos, that's why those videos do well, right? Because everyone's like, what is the best thing that I should sell? And to me, I would push back and be like, the problem with that model is you are going after other people's data, right? That sells for them, right? And when you are chasing other people's data, what that means is it's accessed by everyone else as well. right? Meaning, if I go onto YouTube and I watch a video from traditional resellers that are like, hey, be on the lookout for this thing. Well, guess what? The other 15,000 people who also are watching that video, they are also resellers, right? How many of you guys, you're familiar with what I'm talking about when I say like the thrift with me videos, my haul videos, what sold this weekend videos, watch me go garage selling. You guys know what I'm talking about? Rally routes. And I, by the way, I watch these videos and I love these things, right? They're on YouTube, right? Um, yep, right? So this is so what we're doing when we do that is we're like, hey, what is that person doing? The problem is that's not your data. And when you can't capture your own data, you're always chasing the market. So you're waiting for the reseller who's putting out the video to be like, what is the next thing that I should be looking for? And then when that video is released, 15,000 other people are doing that same thing. So you're like, oh, Tommy Bahama is a good brand based off of Rally Roots, right? And you're like, that video was put up 18 months ago. And then you get on eBay, you're like, holy cow, there's so many Tommy Bahamas for sale right now. Why is that? Because 15,000 other resellers saw that same video and they're on the hunt for Tommy Bahama, right? So what happens is everybody, it becomes this echo chamber and everybody's listening to everyone else's thing and they're chasing after like, what's the next big thing that I should find? And what I'm saying is at first, go in with what you already have in your head, go find an item and be like, hey people, in real time, you guys interested in this? Not this in particular. I'm not selling this. Okay. And they'll tell you yes or no. That keeps you more, that fast feedback is more beneficial because it's your data to directly to your market and it's you're not chasing anyone else's data and they will tell you. So, but traditional resellers come over and they're like, I already know what sells. I already know what's good over here. I know here. I've been in the game for a long time. And they come across as being like, I know what's a good item and I know what's not a good item. Well, what's up, Lucky Rhino? Thanks for raiding. We caught you a little bit earlier today. I love your vibe, dude. I love your vibe. Right. So, yeah, Beth, yep, that happened with Chloe Glass and Vintage and Antiques. Now everyone has it, right? Yeah, he does have great energy. Where I was like, my wife put it on. I'm like, I got stuff to do. You got to turn Lucky Rhino off. I'm going to get sucked into a show. I'm trying to get some stuff done over here before I go live. Yeah. Um, Okay, so let's talk a little bit about that. I love what you're bringing up, Shwali. Let's talk about this. This is what multiple baskets looks like. So unless you're really good at this, this is where I see a lot of people. This is what we did. Here's multiple baskets. This is you. This is your time, your energy, your resources, your mindset, your skill set being spread across multiple different ones. When we diversify our energy, each one of these things is a different strategy. eBay is different than Poshmark. The culture of Depop is not like Poshmark. Mercari, I don't even know what's going on with Mercari. I don't follow these platforms, is different than Etsy. There's things that you can list on eBay that you cannot list on Etsy. So what happens is now you are developing all these different things in the name of diversifying to keep it so that, you want to make sure that you have your eggs in all these baskets. But what I would push back is Warren Buffett says to the diversify model comes from when you have something locked in and you want to preserve the wealth that you have, right? But in wealth creation and actually building a business, the goal is to not try to do all of these different things well. The goal is not to be, I'm a real estate wholesale flipper. I also have a catering business, plus I'm a crypto expert currency guy and I do this. No, look at all the people who are highly successful in the fields of what they're doing, and you'll see they put all their eggs in one basket and then they watch that basket really carefully. Why? Because in order to be good at eBay, there's somebody you're competing with who does just eBay and they crush it. eBay's not going anywhere. They're a $10 billion a year business. They're like an industry in and of itself. So when everyone has this idea, we did the same thing. We diversified across all these different platforms. But as you do that, one thing you don't consider is number one is, like I just said, a strategy for eBay is different than Poshmark. It's different than Depop. It's different than Mercari. All of these strategies are different. The things that were working for us on Poshmark, they didn't work the same over here. also the complexity of this, right? This is complex to do. Now I got to get a cross lister. Now I'm probably going to have to hire a virtual assistant, and I got to track all this stuff, right? And so now that we're spreading that across all these different things, now this is where all of our time and energy goes. And guess what? Everyone else is doing the same thing. But I've yet to see somebody, I've seen people that get on and they're like, how I made $4,000 last month. I made $1,000 on eBay. I made $15, $1,500 over here. That's 35. And then I made like $100 over here. And then I didn't make anything on here and I made it on here. And it's like, man, what would happen instead of us taking all of this limited resource, which is your time, your energy, your resources, your mindset, and your skill set, because all this requires different things, reduce the complexity of it, and this is what we did, only focus on eBay and Etsy. And guess what happened? We lost money for about 2 months. And then our business came back up. Yeah, you can sell on 3 different platforms, right? We don't. We sell on one. So for us, we look at it as being like, the one thing that I see a lot of people doing is this model. This model becomes really difficult because what your skill set is you're developing is not the skill set you're developing is how to run a complex business. This is a complex business, and now we're putting. I don't know many sellers on Whatnot that don't have stock. That's interesting. So what I propose is instead is simplify what you're doing and get really good at the thing that you're doing. To me, what it reminds me of is being like, well, I'm going to start a food truck. But if I'm going to start a food truck, I'm already in the food industry, so I should also do a restaurant, and I'll do a bakery, and I have a coffee shop, and then what I'll do is I'll do a catering business as well. And all of them are different strategies. And for the most part, unless you have a really good business plan for each one of those things, and you can account for the complexity that happens from having cross listers, having all these different listings up, and not even being able to do that, but how do you analyze all this data to understand what should go on Poshmark, what should go on eBay, how do you do all this stuff? And it becomes so much that people are trying to keep up with it, that they're actually not getting the value that is coming out of their business, meaning what is the market data telling me? So then they become bloated to where they have 5,600 listings. But what happens is they're like, well, which one of these things are doing well, which one isn't? And you have to keep building up your active listings, but you're not analyzing it because it's complex to do this, right? It's complex to do this. Now, the thing is like time will tell. Do your thing, like 100%. I'm not saying that you should do this. I'm not. What I am saying is this is what we did, and then we did this, and we made more money just doing eBay and Etsy instead of doing 5 platforms. We did the cross listing thing. We did the storage units. We did those things. We did all of that stuff, and then we pared it down to eBay and Etsy, and we were like, this is great. For a couple of months, it didn't do as well as having all of these, but then it started to do better. Why? Because we could only do, we could only do, we could only really do eBay really well if that's what we were doing. If we were doing that, then we would do better at it than trying to do all 5 of these. Now, maybe someone out there is just absolutely just amazing at doing all these things. I just haven't seen the person who is who is the jack of all trades, master of nothing method work super well. What it ends up being for me, from what I have seen, is being something that ends up being a really bloated system. It ends up being bloated, right? And that's just my take on it. But this is my take on it from what we've actually done and from what I've seen with other resellers. I haven't seen this business turn into like with the exception of tech and sports. I know that he does millions, but he also lists like 250 to 500 items per day, and he runs a small team, right? So 100%. And the thing is when we talk about this stuff, it's not a one size fits all. It is talking about the strategy of it. It's just talking about the strategy, and then we apply the tactics over that. So it's not a one size fits all because everyone's business is different, but the strategies on which it is built is different. And so that's where I say, if you're running this business right here, I think that you're missing out on this right here, because I think your market data, it's very difficult to track what you're doing on 5 different platforms and understand what's doing well. So what the tendency is you keep buying more stuff and you keep getting your active listings up and you're making sales, and it makes sense. But how are you tracking all of your other items and how they're doing? Do you know the sell-through rate for all of your items across all these different platforms, right? So it becomes really difficult to track all that information. Meaning, what we begin to do is we believe that we are a product-based business. And as long as I have good product, then I'm good to go. And so what happens is these, and I love this, I love this, I love the challenge of it, and we'll see how it plays out. But what I think about this, is I want to understand. I want to see what's going on with the poll right now. 37%, the other, right? Um, yeah. Spaghetti, let's talk. Okay, Spaghetti, you say I completely agree with you and only sell here, but I worry about putting all my eggs in a basket that isn't fully my own. Whatnot owns my stream, 100%. So this is where you create your ecosystem. Yeah. Spaghetti, ecosystem. Your ecosystem is going to be the other areas. The thing is we're always on. Nobody here owns Poshmark or eBay or any of these things, right? Right? No one owns this. Nobody owns their Instagram. Instagram could shut you down. No one could own any of those things. The only way that you can actually own your own traffic is to have the personal contact information of those people or an ecosystem. When we talk about diversifying, I believe sticking with one platform and get really good at that platform, and then diversifying in where your audience can find you, and then they can come back in. So if something happens to Whatnot, you're crushing it, but you've got and then something happens to Whatnot. Well, we got an Instagram over here, we've got this over here, and now you have an ecosystem where you're like, hey, this thing got shut down. No worries though, I still have my audience who's plugged into my ecosystem. But what we're not doing is selling on 5 different platforms, Poshmark, eBay, all this stuff. In the idea, which it made sense. If I make $2,000 on Poshmark, well, I should sell on 5 different platforms. Diversifying is good. Did you know that the average millionaire has 7 streams of income? Yeah. So that means I should start 7 streams of income, right? That's what uh-uh. The ones that do it, they pick their one lane and they get so focused and so good at that one thing that becomes a success, and they have extra cash flow that they begin to buy other assets. What they're not doing is doing all of these different businesses at the same time. I've seen this with people that I know personally, and from the people that are doing this on a really big level, they say the same thing. Warren Buffett says, put all your eggs in one basket and then watch that basket closely. He's the greatest investor of all time, right? Alex Hermosi says, remember that one guy who got rich and through cryptocurrency, wholesale flipping, drop shipping, and selling stuff on eBay? Yeah, me either. Because we diversify our energy. The most important asset we have is us in the entire thing, right? The most important asset, again. I got you. And Shwali, I hear you. I hear what you're saying. Um, and so for me, I hear that, and I say go for it. I say 100% go for it. I say do it. I say go sell on all the platforms. I say do it. For us, we're not going to do that. If I'm talking with somebody, just anyone who's like, hey, what would it be like to coach? I have somebody who was selling on Posh Live and on Whatnot. And I was like, I think you should pick one of these things. And I was like, get really good at the one and then add on to the other ones. The reason why I say that is it's the same thing that I'm saying with this. Jamble and Posh Live and Whatnot are different cultures. They're different businesses. The models are not the same. How do I know that? Poshmark wasn't built as a live selling platform. It was built as a social media search engine platform that people can put their stuff on to sell stuff out of their closet. They bolted on, they're now adding on this thing that Whatnot is doing. That's the same thing. This is the same thing. that eBay is doing of like, hey, we got to get into this thing. So, um, so when you say really good, what's my metric for success? 5,000, 10,000 on what? 10,000? I don't know. I think it depends on your, um, like, when would you advise that I can add another one? When you are, when you're really good at the, when you're really good at the one. But for me, Swally, I hear what I say. Do you? You do you. Don't go off of what I'm saying, right? Don't go off of what I'm saying. You know, I if we disagree, cool. Then we disagree. That's 100%. Like there's all love. I have no thing. But what I would say is this is my thing that I'm talking about here. And for me, I don't see people that are doing this thing very well. So for you, for your business, for the advice of it, number one is like um number one is to like what is your thing for success, right? What's your thing for success? What are you trying to accomplish, right? What are you trying to do? And then you can figure that out from there. Like it's there's not like a hard set number. For me, I'm not going to pick the one. I would rather build an ecosystem around this, that if whatnot moves, I have an ecosystem where I have the return buyers and the market data still available to me because I have a relationship with them. I'd rather have that be diversified across an ecosystem so they know that they can find me in different places, right? So the relationship doesn't die if whatnot dies. I think the idea of trying to sell on 5 different platforms at the same time is something that has not worked, right? Yeah. So Katie is 100%. She's brick and mortar is 100%. Brick and mortar, Katie, if you guys, what she has done is number one, she when she decides to, she will absolutely crush it here. She will absolutely crush it here. She, um, she was, um, she was doing both, and now she's on Posh Live, and she crushes it over there. So, I think, like what she said is, we don't want to look. Here's the here's this here's the hard thing about business. It's risky, right? Right. Business is risky. Business is risky, right? But where does the risk actually lie, right? Is buying cryptocurrency, is that risky? Is real estate risky? Is live selling on whatnot risky? Well, what are some risky things, right? If anything that we mentioned, there's somebody out there who it's not risky for them because it's actually the investor who is risky or not risky, right? It's the investor. It's the actual asset of the knowledge, the mindset, the skill set, the heart set of the investor that makes things something risky or not, right? Had FOMO and I wanted to sell here too, but I can't do it at the level I want to, so I picked one. Now you're crushing it, right? And when the time comes, you can totally come over here. Foster friend Spaghetti said, I knew I needed to quit other platforms, so I started getting upset that I had sales on other platforms, 100%. And so, yeah. So when we're doing this, right? So what we need to understand is what a business actually is it's made up of a bunch of systems. So it's made up of input, process, output, and feedback. When we diversify our, so I'll give you an example, okay? When we this this IPOF, this input, process, output, feedback, this lays over. It's like what all of your systems are made of at its core. This is just like a simple model for what a system is. So what do I mean by that? Well, it lays over all the other systems that you've got, right? So that means that for stay with me. Sorry for the whiplash. Stay with me. All right. If you can't see it, you can move the chat to the side. You can just swipe it to the left and it'll move. There's a system for sourcing, there's a system for staging, and there's a system for doing a show. All of that lies over these systems here. So now we have this is just for our whatnot. This is our business for live selling, right? So each one of these is a system. When we are selling on eBay and Poshmark and all these different things, each one of those has its own systems as well, right? The shipping is different on Poshmark than it is for eBay, right? There's stuff that you can do on eBay that you can't do on Poshmark, right? So now you're having to learn things, being like, well, what's the best way for me to ship on 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 Poshmark, or what's the best way for how should I do this on eBay, right? Um, mhm. Yeah, but before we do that, I want to just finish out this point. I'll totally, I will totally do this. And Shwali, I'm glad that you're like here to do this. Um, but I also want to like, uh, let me just keep on point with what it is that I'm talking about here. Okay. When we have multiple systems that we're trying to run, what happens is we just set up really rudimentary or like elementary ways of doing it. They're not streamlined because we can't go in and streamline. This is just for one business. If I'm selling on three different platforms, now I've got to figure out how I do that for three different platforms, and then I got to do my scheduling for three different platforms if I'm going to do that. So by diversifying all of this energy and stuff, it's not about diverse. It's not a safer bet for me. I would really push back. It's not a safer bet for me to try to do all these things because I'm not doing any of these things especially well. They're not especially done well. And so then I'm competing with other people who are all in on getting their process down just on one platform. And that's who you're competing with, right? We're competing for like the attention. So if I'm seeing somebody who isn't fully like invested into this one thing, their show isn't going to be quite the same or fit like the culture of what's happening in this thing than somebody else who all they do is this, right? And what I would say to that is like, go look at some of the biggest sellers out there right now, right? So ZK Styles, she probably, I bet she's turning seven figures in a year. How many different platforms is she selling on? You know what I'm saying? She's really good here. And so her systems are designed for this thing alone, right? Any of the platforms that we're on, whether it's social media or any of these softwares that we're using, it's not ours. So at any point, it's risky to be using any of these things. But I also think that it's a fallacy to believe that if I diversify all of this across these different things, then I'm being safer. When I'm saying what you're doing is you're spreading out your energy across all these different platforms. Every time you're on another platform, you've got to have another browser open in your brain of how do I run this thing on this other platform? How do I do this on Poshmark? Oh, well, it's different on eBay. And now we're using up all the capacity that we have to try to be safe. A safer bet for me is to pick the direction that I'm going. I'm trying to be generally like directionally correct. I'm not trying to be absolute, and I'm not trying to play this in a way of being like, well, I'll spread out everything as much as possible as a place of coming from like, I'm afraid that if this thing goes down, then I am done. I'd rather spend all of my time working on one process. And instead, what I'm doing is I'm identifying my input and my process, right? So let's go back to this. My input and my process. My input and my process are the controllables of the business. You see, I can't control what Whatnot does, right? But just like any other platform, Whatnot has the thing of what they are wanting to do. I wish I had a stand that just like went up and then like went down. I didn't have to unclip it. I should get one of those, huh? I'm sure they exist. So what I do is what is my input? It's my skill set, it's my time, it's my energy, it's my mindset, it's the resources that I put in. Well, what's my process? My process could be like segments or sequences that I'm doing. It could be lists that I'm putting together. It could be how my environment is set up. It could be how I document everything. That's part of my process as well. When I control, these are the only things I can control. I can't control what happens. I can't control if there's 42 people in here. I can't control the feedback that I'm getting, but what I can do is I can control this thing. Now, if I focus on, and guess what? These are all skill sets. These are all things, and that's why I'm going to say. So Schwali's like, okay, another challenge to you. But my opinion is not everyone has a personality for live selling. I could see that. What I would say to that is just like sales in general. Um, I had when I coached a sales team, I didn't get to pick my sales team. Sometimes I was involved in the hiring of the sales team. Sometimes it would just be like, hey, the HR would bring in the recruiters, be like, here's the new bunch of people, and people would come in and be like, I'm like, do you have any sales experience? And they're like, no, I don't have any sales experience. And I'm like, great. I'm actually really happy to hear that because we're going to build a process behind what it is you're doing. There are a lot of people who naturally weren't set up to be good salespeople, right? those people actually ended up being my most consistent performers. And they might not be the top every single week, but they always stayed really consistent in the top 50% of my team. However, the ones that came in and they were like, I've got this thing, I know how to do this. They were the naturals. My naturals are really hard to to work with, because the naturals, they're like, I don't even need your process. It's hard to coach somebody who's like, I got this thing down. And you're like, okay, you got it down. But the problem is because they were naturals, they didn't have a process for what they were doing. So if it didn't go well, their mindset went down really fast because they were natural. So if it wasn't working, it was an off day, they would completely like just fall out, where I'm just like, I knew for the ones on my team that were natural at doing the thing, if they had a bad day, it was a better option for me to try to send them home that day, and so that they don't just burn all my leads that are coming in, all the calls, all my marketing costs. It's better for me to pull them off the field and send them home. The ones who weren't good initially and didn't have the personality for it, they were my consistents. And if they had like a few bad calls in a row, they had a process for doing it. I'm like, fall back on your process, fall back on your process. So what I would say to that, for those who are like, well, maybe this doesn't work for anyone. Well, if we're relying entirely on personality, then we're not relying on an actual process for what it is that we're doing. If we don't have a process for what we're doing, there's nothing for us to fall back to. So it becomes this place where people are just relying on their natural personality and talents and things like that, and they can do pretty well for a while, but they won't be able to compete with somebody who has a process they fall back to, because the people that have a process to fall back to are constantly improving the process. I myself was not a natural salesman when I got on the phone. I struggled for like 6 months. Because of that, I went out and started learning. I took coaching, it's like sales coaching. I then developed how I could apply that to what I was doing, and I became better and better and better and better over time. After a period of time, I was always number one on my team, not because I was a natural, but because I had a process I fell back onto. That's what allowed me to do it again and again. So when things weren't going right, just like when we bake chocolate chip cookies, we're like, oh, I guess I'm not a natural bake. You're like, well, why? Well, it looks like chocolate chip cookies that came out of the oven. It smells like it, but the feedback is it tastes weird. Why? Well, if you are going as a natural, you're like, well, I don't know, maybe I'm just not a natural at this. Instead, we go back through and we look at our input and our process and how we can fix that. See, all these things are learnable skills, right? Humor is a learnable skill. It's a skill that's made up of sub skills. It's just made up of a bunch of other skills, right? Storytelling, timing, all the different things. So a lot of these soft skills, or things that we deem that, oh, they're doing well because they have this type of personality, are actually, they can be developed, right? So I just want to like throw that out. I'm not even caught up with the chat. I don't know where you guys are at. um yeah, so y'all's process on here is a source. Nearly goes, sometimes bins, sort and display, sell live, rinse and repeat. um Yes, that's right. That's what everyone's process is, right? Everyone is sourcing items, preparing those items, then they show the items, and then after they showed it, they ship the items, and then the ones that are good will actually go through it and review what's happening and how they can improve that process as it goes around again and again, right? Because that's the only thing we can improve, right? We have very little. We have very little control over the product that we pick up, unless we're picking it up from like a supplier. We have like, a manifested pallet that's showing up. Unless we're sourcing like that, it's a bit different when we go out to search. If we're going out to search where it's like hey, I'm gonna go out to thrift stores and those type of things and pick it up, the product itself isn't as controllable, right? And even when you get that product, it's the process that allows you to improve upon what it is that you're doing. If you don't have a process for doing that, there's not a way to improve that thing. I'll give you like a real life example of this. So I'm doing these master classes, right? So there's an actual process that I'm learning as I go through of what I'm doing, right? So that's part of the process, right? So it's like saying like, so that's one process for the staging part of it, or excuse me, the sourcing part of it, right? So you said, so your process is the inventory selection part. Well, that's one process as part of the business, right? Because the business is made up of multiple systems. The business is made up of multiple systems. And if we can go in and improve the systems, the business will improve, right? That's just like, that's across the board. If I improve these systems, the business will improve, right? So finding, for example, inventory is an actual process. What I mean by that is if you go out and you're just kind of like, oh, we'll just kind of figure it out today, and you're not tracking what it is that you're doing, you can be treasure hunting all day, but there might be a better way for you to do that. So when you come home, you're like, hey, what could you do better? You're like, I don't know, I do it differently every single time. I don't really have a process. I'm just kind of like doing my thing, just kind of like fill it out. The problem is if you don't have a process laid out as to what you're doing, you can't go in and tweak the process and make it better. It's always in this place of being like, I just kind of do my thing and I'll see if it works out or not. So, all right. So this is why in traditional resale, I think traditional resellers, they struggle. Okay. And the reason why um, I think the reason why traditional resellers struggle. Papet. Okay. I'm done searching. I have way oversourced and overspent 8 months ago. I had no debt. Now I owe 10K from sourcing, right? Right. Um, so so here's where I think traditional resellers struggle if they I love that, Katie. If it's teachable, it's scalable, right? Um, so the reason why I think traditional resellers struggle is when they come over into live selling, what happens is they're using the same mindset, okay? And it comes across in how their shows are done, okay? It comes across in the energy of it, okay? A lot of times, if you go look, they're like, well, Whatnot, I'm a traditional reseller, but I'm really use Whatnot just to kind of get rid of stuff. It's a good place just to get rid of things cheaply. Their shows reflect that. It's not actually a show, they're streaming. What do I mean by that? Well, their backgrounds are disorganized. So if I walk into the show, there's a lot to look at because their backgrounds are all over the place. Also, it looks like this, okay? And this is what I'm saying when you're like, hey, if you don't have a process for what you're doing, you can't improve upon that thing, right? Yeah, traditional resellers, I have seen from coaching, traditional resellers either do really well with live selling or they really struggle. Like that's what I've seen so far. So like some of the best people that we've worked with that do the best have come out of traditional resell, but they don't traditionally resell anymore. And their mindset is completely different. Okay. Traditional resellers that come over and they're doing the hybrid, they struggle. I have not seen one do it well. Okay. I have not seen one do it really well. Okay. Shwali, I haven't seen any of your shows, right? But let's talk about it. Okay. So traditional resale says, my product is everything. It's all about my product. In fact, it doesn't even matter what's going on here because if I have the right product and I'm just looking for the buyer, like you looking for this? What are you looking for? Let me know what you're looking for. I got this. I'm going to be over here doing this. What else did you want real quick? Let me find this because what I'm going to do, I have so much stuff. You guys let me know. Were you looking for this? Was this the thing you're looking for? And it's chaotic. Okay. And going back to that restaurant analogy, a confused buyer will leave. Okay. I moved my store from my cute, clean background to my living room. Okay. All right. Did you notice a difference? So now it's a mess. I'm working on it. Shwali, do you feel like I'm saying something to you specifically? You're like, what? Are you talking to me? I don't know. I haven't seen your show. Um, are you feeling that I'm talking to you? I'm saying in general, traditional resellers tend to rely so heavily on their product because it is a product-based business that they miss out on the entire opportunity that's sitting in front of them, which is the process of actually doing a show, bringing people into an experience, walking them through that, and then coming back. Because here's the thing, your product, what you're selling, what you're doing is you're creating an emotional experience in the person on the other side, right? You guys have heard this before. Like we buy based off of emotion and we justify with logic, right? So what we want to do is we want to focus on giving an experience. So that way, when the person buys something, it's a good experience. When they receive it, it's a good experience. What happens with traditional resellers, though, is this is what I've seen. Okay, this is what I've seen so far. Everything's based off of what I've got. Okay, and it's just like, okay, so I got this product. What are you guys looking for though? Let me know what you're looking for and they are running around doing this thing and they think all I'm trying to do is match my product with the buyer who is looking for this, right? That's why but that makes sense. In traditional reselling, that's what you do. I'm trying to match my listing with keywords so somebody will find that thing. So the traditional resellers are trying to match with this. And so all their time is spent doing that. In that, what happens is they're missing out on what the possibilities of the business are. How many of you watch shows without purchasing anything from them? How many of you just watch shows? Like you will watch them and maybe you purchase from them, but you just watch. You're just watching, right? Me, right? 99.9, right? Right? So if it was a product-based business, right? Then why would we sit and watch shows, right? Dante, you don't even have to tip, dude. You don't even have to tip. All right. So people are doing this all the time. They're watching shows. They're watching what's going on. They're not looking for a particular item. But when we are creating, we're broke. That's why I'm here because I always watch Grace Vintage, but I haven't bought. That's the thing. At one point, what we do is when we have that type of audience, there are people that buy, but there's also people that are watching. And then at some point, and I'm sure you guys have done this before, if the seller knows what they're doing and they are running a show, what'll happen is they'll be describing something. And I bet some of y'all have done this before where you're listening to a show because Whatnot's smart because they have the audio playing. Even if you switch out the app, the audio's still playing. So you're doing something else, and then the seller's like, so I have this thing. It's a medium. This beautiful pink suede jacket. Where I picked it up was from this, and the detail on this, and they're describing the thing. And somebody's like, "Holy cow, I might be it. What is it?" And they come over and they're looking at that thing, right? So we're not trying to just have all the people on our show be buyers. What we're doing is we are doing a show, and if a product comes along that works for that person, then they pick it up. In traditional resale, they don't understand that because their entire business is based off of the product and they're just trying to go match it up with the person. And so that's why you get like, what requests do you have? What do you guys have? What do you guys want? What are you looking for? You tell me what you're looking for, and they're a matchmaker because that's what you do in traditional resale. In live selling, that's not what you're doing. And so you can't adopt the two different models, right? Also, traditional resellers traditional resellers, they also do that blue shirt thing. I wore it yesterday and everyone was talking about it. Like, hey, that's the shirt that you kept bringing up. So what I see is you're saying don't do preloaded shows. We're saying we've done both loaded and preloaded shows, or excuse me, we've done both loaded shows and non-loaded shows. For the most part, my wife doesn't do loaded shows, but we have people that we work with who do really well, and they always load their show. And I wouldn't say do one or the other. See, the main thing is to understand the strategy behind it. For the most part, what happens is traditional resellers, if you don't understand the strategy, then you're trying to figure out the tactic that's going to allow it to unlock. The unlock isn't in the tactic. The unlock is in the strategy, right? So with that, what does loaded mean? Yeah, it means that they have a show that's already like listed. So when you go to like the buy it now, like if you go to our shop right now, you'll see that we have loaded for our coaching products, right? Or our playbook, right? Where is my playbook? I don't know where it is. Oh, here it is. Um, Telling people to be organized, and I don't even know where my stuff is. So the playbook, you can go find it in the show. It's loaded, but not all shows have to be loaded. Okay, so um, what I'm saying is to retain the control over your show. So I see what happens. These are some of the areas where I see traditional resellers struggle. Okay, what happens is they know what this item goes for. Okay, so they're either coming in and they're like, I'm trying to get rid of some inventory, which is one way to do it, but then we're just doing that same transactional thing of just like, I'm trying to just get rid of some stuff. If I have a return buyer, cool. If I don't, whatever. But if they don't and they're like, okay, I'm going to try out this whatnot thing. I've been traditionally reselling. I know that this thing will sell for 40 bucks on eBay. Like I know it'll sell. It might take a couple months. Who cares? Right? I'm going to make my money on this. And so they do like a starting bid, right? Have a great day. Bye, Schwallies. So, um, so what happens is they're like, I have this item, and I'm going to start it at $10, and I hope this goes to, I I hope that this goes to 40 bucks, right? And so the item they start it and they run it up, and that's like 10. Nice. I got a bid. Okay, cool. 15. Cool. 18. Cool. 20. Oh, it sold for 20 bucks. And the traditional reseller is like, oh, cool. You just got this. $20, it's yours. Stills and deals. 50% discounts, I guess, is what we're doing. So it's coming to you. Hope you like it. Stills and deals. I'm practically being stolen from here. All right, let's see what next item. Man, you guys are just going to steal all my stuff from me. And the energy of it is they feel like they're losing something because in traditional resale brain, they're like, I just lost $20. But a live reseller brain goes, holy smokes, 20 bucks. This is yours. I love it. Congratulations. You're going to love this. The way I describe this as being like buttery soft, it really is that soft. You're going to love it. And the buyer's like, yeah. And then they go, hey, now that if you like this, guess what? I do shows every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. You should go bookmark them. Go down here, bookmark my shows, because I have stuff like this all the time. And if you love this, you're going to love my other stuff as well. And the person's like, holy cow, I feel welcomed. I feel I got a really good emotional experience because I just purchased this thing. That's awesome. And guess what? Heyo, Pris, what is up? When that shows up to them, that same feeling is associated with the item. See, the emotional imprint of what they experience is now tied to this item, which is now tied to your show. And when they pull that thing out, they go, she was right. This thing is buttery soft. Holy cow, that. And they relive that whole thing again. They relive it again. They're like, I love that. That was so cool. I bookmark her shows. I'm going to go back. And that person will come back again and again and again and again. Traditional resellers are missing that thing because they're like, oh, steals and deals, losing my butt over here, y'all. Like I'm losing money, but hey, I guess that's what whatnot is, right? You guys are just gonna steal from me, and they don't trust their buyer, and the buyer feels that. So even if they won the item, they're like, man, that didn't feel very good. The emotional imprint is one of being like, that person thought I was stealing from them and they made me feel as if somehow I had done something even to the point of being morally wrong, like I'd stolen, even though I got a good deal on this jacket, right? And then when they receive the jacket, they're like, oh yeah, that one person who made me feel bad, never going back again. They got the item. And so the traditional reseller's like, oh, see, whatnot doesn't work. Doesn't work. So it's a good place to get rid of stuff, but I'm gonna go back over here and keep building my traditional resale business. And the entire time, you're missing out on what the vehicle actually can do. And the vehicle of live selling is far more powerful than the vehicle of traditional selling. Why do I say that? My wife will go out tomorrow and she will buy clothes. She will bring those clothes home, and on Tuesday, she will show those clothes in a show. She will sell, most likely, she will probably sell 100% of them. If she doesn't sell 100%, that's great. It's market data. If she does sell 100%, that's great. It's market data. If some of those items get bid up, that's great. That's market data. And there's going to be first time buyers and there's going to be return buyers. So when this happens, now she just moved all of her items in a 48-hour period. The following day, they're going to be shipped out. Actually, we're probably going to start doing shipping at night because we got to do these things during the day and I can't have someone over here shipping, right? So the following day, which I know because we have an intensive the next day, so the shipping will go out that night. Okay, so in a 48-hour period, all of the items are gone. The market data has already gone into my wife's brain because she's going to go through and look through the labels and see what bid up, see what didn't. If something bid up, she'll go back and listen to what she said or how she showed it, and she'll get better at her show. And then what she'll do is the following day, and probably not the following day, but the day after that, she'll go out sourcing again. But all of that data and all that stuff is fresh on her mind. And she's going to go out and source again. And she has, so every time she goes out sourcing, she gets better and better and better and better because that market data is instant. It's instant market data. However, when you traditionally resell, you put that item up, you don't get data on that until that item sells. Sometimes you put up an item and it sells immediately, and the market data was, I priced that too low. That moved way too quick. And sometimes it's like, oh, I forgot I had this item, and it sells 3 months later. And you're like, huh, this item took 3 months to sell. And say like it was something like this. And you're like, this item took 3 months to sell. And you're like, man, I picked up like 15 more of those things. That wasn't a good buy. And so because your market data is slow, you're literally accumulating and paying for things that you don't know if they're that good. And so traditional resellers are constantly looking for market data outside of them, and they're not being able to get the market data like that for who their market is. Whereas a live seller is getting data like that. They're getting it over and over again. Anyone in here who knows what I'm talking about, will you give me like this? All right, does this make sense? Is this your experience? Chris, is this your experience? Are you a better treasure hunter now than you were? Katie, are you a better treasure hunter now than you were? 100%, 100%, 100%. You cannot compete with somebody like a Priscilla or Brick and Mortal, who's Katie. You can't compete with them. Why? Well, number one, their market is different than your market. So you can't compete with them because they're in a different market than you are. Number two is if you're a traditional reseller, every time that Priscilla does a show on Tuesday and Thursday morning, which you should check out because they're really good, like they're really good, go Kofi Vintage. Will you just say, yep, right there. She's right there. Okay. Go bookmark follow her and go bookmark every single one of her shows. Just be aware, you will, if you miss her shows on Tuesday and Thursdays after you've done it for a while, you will have a sense of FOMO. So I'm just letting you know, like, hey, by the way, this has addictive properties to it. You should know that. That's the package I'm putting on side of her show. There is like a general like surgeon's warning. The show is addictive. You will fall in love with it, and um, you might want to show up every single time, and eventually you'll probably want to give her money. Okay. So go follow her, but you've been warned. Okay. Her sourcing ability, every time she does a show, the next time she goes and sources as a treasure hunter, she's better and better and better. She picks up more of what sells. She doesn't pick up things that doesn't sell, and she keeps doing that. So every time she does this, she becomes more potent. Every time that she goes through this cycle, she becomes better and better. So all the items that she's showing, you're like, wow, she's so good at finding these items. That's because of the market data, and she's not attached to any of the things. She's learning. Katie's the same way. Katie's the same way. What's up, Stephanie? It's good to see you. It's good to see you. Um, so it's really good to see you. I'm happy that you're in here. I hope you're doing well. Um, that's why I make like I'm just like I want people to understand this because for the most part people get started with this because of that traditional resale thing where they're actually treasure hunters and they just need to have like an actual reason to be a treasure hunter so that nobody like runs an intervention on them where you're like, hey man, you're actually like a hoarder, and you're like, I'm not a hoarder, I'm a reseller, and you're like, these things that you call death piles, well, profit piles, whatever it is, like, hey, we're here for you, okay? So let's get you into some counseling. We'll clean out your house. No, 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 no. I have a business. Like, you have a business? Like, yeah, yeah, yeah. I sell. That's what I do. That's what I'm doing. This is all business. This is market data. This is all inventory. It's not a hoard. It's all inventory, right? So with that, what we do is we coach through this because this resale model is really hard. If it's embedded into you, you got to have somebody. That's why we coach through this. So it's a completely different mindset. So we have to help undo a lot of this stuff. By the way, we're not like we also have to coach ourselves through this. We also have to fall back on our framework so that we can improve those things. So that's what the coaching is for. Also, I go hard on this stuff in this playbook right here. Okay, so if you guys want this, like, this is, you can go into the buy it now and you can pick it up. Also, we are working with a bunch of other resellers as well who are doing this. So that's what our launch is. It's the Live Reseller Pro community and coaching in the Buy It Now. You can click on it and there's a little like carousel that you can look through. Okay. The what I thought was going to be the most beneficial thing is not what it is. Okay. Meaning I'm receiving market data back on what the community needs, right? And so because the community is getting bigger, because it's growing, there's more market data. One of the biggest things that we've seen is shipping is one of the hardest things for most people to figure out. So if you join into our community this upcoming Wednesday from 9 to probably 11:30, my wife, Mountain Standard Time, my wife is going to be teaching why people are struggling with shipping, and we're going to help them become masters at this, because what it actually is we need to understand USPS, and then we can understand whatnot, because whatnot is getting everything from USPS. Okay, so if you guys are struggling with shipping and you're like, I hear what you're saying, I'm a traditional reseller, or hey, I'm not a traditional reseller, but I would love some help from a community and some actual like coaching from people who are doing it. One of the things that I found was most beneficial is everyone is speaking the same language, and because they're adopting this mindset and they're speaking the same language, the amount of value that we did what we called an intensive, the amount of value that came from the community itself was unreal, to the point where I'm like, hey y'all, I was only going to record segments of this and then we were just going to talk and I wasn't going to record those parts. Are you guys all cool if we record the whole thing? And they're like, yeah, totally. Why? Because of the immense amount of value that was coming out. I was absolutely blown away. So if you guys are looking for a community, you're looking for like more personalized coaching, you're looking for processes, that's what that live reseller, will you pin it for me, my beautiful wife? You can pin it for me. So that's what this is, okay? And then when people get comfortable, when they're ready to do, I don't know, you know what, guys? I need to learn how to do this. So if I go in here, oh, she just did it. She just did it. I was about to, y'all, because I'm learning. I got to improve my process of how I do this, right? So if that's something you guys are interested in, a little bit later, what I'm going to do, I think we're going to auction one of these off, okay? And we're going to auction one of these off. I'm a little nervous to do so because we've never done the auction of one of these things before, but that's okay. We got to push through our comfort zone, right? So, um, I would. We have that poll going up, and what's interesting is for a while the number one thing on there was other. The second thing is sourcing. I'm curious, do you guys, any of you that answered other, like 13 people in there answered other, can you give me an idea of what that was? And we'll go right into it. Like I'll give you the stuff right now, okay? What is your other? What is the challenge in your business? Logistics and how to set up is the lowest one, but numbers is number 3. I've mastered um, I have mastered my traditional reselling, but the business financials and taxes is where I struggle. Okay. My recommendation for that, there's a gentleman, I forget his name, but I know his business name is Not My Dad's CPA. He's awesome. He's a CPA. He also works with resellers. That's his market. He is really good at that. He's the one that I have learned from on how to do that, specifically resellers. I highly recommend going to him. He also has a YouTube channel as well. Okay. You might even be familiar. I use him. Yeah, cool. Anyone else use him? Art of War. I love that. Yeah, 100%. Now, when we do numbers, because numbers is one of the things that comes up, let me tell you what else happens in traditional resale. Okay, what else happens in traditional resale? Well, a lot of times what happens is we end up trying to make a profit off of every single one. So well, I'm gonna divide this in two here. I've yet to do this all at the same time, but let's give it a shot. Okay, this is trad. This is your traditional reseller. This is live. Okay. With trad, for the most part, what happens is, let's say the cost per item equals $15, then then what they'll try to do is they're trying to make a profit. So they'll do like I'm trying to do like 2x this, right? And so then they'll start it. This will become like their starting bid because they're trying to do that. Instead, what we do is we do the average of what this is. So our cost per item average, right? So we're not doing it directly across the board. All right. My wife's like, use the smaller marker, it'll be easier. We average out everything. Why do we do that? Number one is it's a ridiculous thing to try to put it on yourself. If you are sourcing multiple items to try to keep track of that and then trying to figure out how much profit you made per item. Meaning if I have these items up like this, I need to track and be like, okay, so this item I bought for $6. This one I bought for 7, so that's 13. This item I bought for 7, that's 20. And then this one for 8, so that's 28. This one I got for 12. Okay, so now I'm at 40. And then this one I got for, I wanted to even this out for, so, and then what they'll do is be like, okay, so what this one I got for 7, so I'll do my starting bid at 7. But however, this one I picked up for 12 or 20. So what I need to do is I'm going to do a starting bid at that because you're trying to make money off of each one of those. Okay, when you do that, what happens is it creates a buyer experience where they don't know exactly what your thing is, right? So we're trying to take all the confusion out of it because we want return buyers. And a confused buyer does not buy and they don't come back. You guys ever seen like the game show things where you like go into there and like, okay, so what you do is you first pick a number over here and then we spin that number. And then over here, if you get an A, B, or C or this dog or cat, what can happen is you can pick out of this candy right here and you're like, what is, I am not trying to learn a whole new game that you just made up to watch your show. I don't know. Maybe y'all like that stuff. I'm not about that stuff, right? I'm not going to sit and try to win a game. I'm also not a gambler. So a lot of times it feels like a gambler, like, and you could get a mystery thing that's worth anywhere between $30 to $300. You're like, $30. All of them are worth $30. Every single thing is worth $30. None of those are worth $300, right? You guys know what I'm talking about? You guys know what I'm talking about? Okay. So instead, we don't want to create any confusion for the buyer. We don't want to create any confusion for the buyer. So what we do instead is we say, if I have 60 of these, or if I have 6 pieces here and I average, let's say total was $30 for these. Some of this, maybe this is $3, this one is 8. I don't care. What I know is my average is $5 on this. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to base this off of what my average is. So that way I'm not tied to each individual item. And I'm not, I don't worry about like the jacket that I picked up for 12. If I still know that my average is 5, I'm still going to run that thing. For example, if my strategy, I'm going to do it at $5, I'll run it at 5. If it sells for less than that $12, I'm not worried about that. Does that make sense? Do you guys follow what I'm saying with that? Do the average. Don't worry about trying to do each one of those things. It's too much for your brain to do. And anytime that you guys are trying to do that, it's confusing for the buyer because a lot of times I see people being like, okay, so these are the items. If you guys let me know if you like it or not, have this. And they're like, oh, I like that. You're like, I would do this one let's do this one at 7. You're like, okay, yeah, 7. And you like this one? How many more people like this? I'll start this one at 12. Okay, you let me know if you want it or not, right? And you're not bringing somebody into an experience that they can understand. So every show is going to be different because every price is different, right? But the shows that we enjoy and what we recommend for other people to do is create an experience that people come into, right? And they know what it is. Why? Because what happens is Dark Nikki, I would say talk to a CPA. I highly recommend incorporating, right? Because business does better. There's ways that you can talk to a CPA, okay? And then ask them about the self employment tax, okay? Ask them about that and see what you can do to set up your business in a way that you can avoid an automatic 15%, okay? That's what I'd say. I don't do a ton of stuff going deep into taxes here because number one, I'm not a CPA. Number two is, again, everyone's business is so different. But what I would recommend is looking up Not My Dad's CPA. Look up, and he has videos on YouTube and stuff. And then I would talk to somebody, like if you really want to do it, I recommend like talking to like a tax strategist or somebody who can help you. Because a lot of times how your business is set up is how you are taxed, right? So there are strategies with that. And it depends on what you have. Like it depends, do you have kids, you not have kids, do they work in the business at all? Like there's all these different things that you can do, right? So I recommend Not My Dad's CPA, okay? So what I see, what we want to create is this overall experience that people they know what they're getting into. Like they know what to expect. Why? Because if we have a process and people know what to expect, number one, we can improve upon that process, right? Number two is what you'll find is people will actually help you. What does that mean? If somebody comes into my wife's show, if you guys know, if you've ever seen my wife's show before, she does things where she runs in order, right? They're all mystery polls and she runs in order. Okay? So when she runs in order, what she does is now she can take her process and she can use it to her advantage. What does that mean? Let's say that y'all like I don't know. Okay, I don't know. But let's say that this purple piece right here is like that looks awesome. Okay. I don't know if it is or not. I'm not a pro at this. I'm not the treasure hunter, but let's say that it is. My wife has her rack set up intentionally to bring people into the experience because when she's talking right here, guess what? You can see this. And she goes from here. Yeah, Mark 2. That's right. She'll move from here to here. She does that intentionally because it creates anticipation for what's at the end here, right? She's using her real estate. And when people come in and say, "Ooh, what's that purple one on the end? Can you show me that one real quick? I'm requesting that one." She doesn't have to say anything. Her audience knows her thing so well that they will be like, actually, she's running an order. She has some really great items. Be sure to stick around. And like 3 or 4, 5 people will be like, hey, right? It's like having a restaurant and people are like, hey, and you're like, actually, that's not how it works here. This restaurant's really awesome though, right? You want the people in your show, the culture that you're creating, they will actually defend the thing that you've got, right? So when people are like, how do I deal with like trolls? Guess what? You don't have to. If you have a really good process, you will literally have people up in your chat that will help you out because they are like, do not ruin Kofi Vintage. Is this right? Is what I'm saying right? Have you had this before? People will defend for you. You're like, you better not screw up Priscilla's show. I need this show. And I'm not letting anyone come in here and try to throw her off track. This is something that is already designed. Don't ruin my experience, right? so, um, so this is why, like when we do this, it's good to have like a third eye, or I keep saying third eye, a third party's perspective, an outsider's perspective to come in and help you with that. Okay. That's what's so beautiful about having a community because some of our biggest breakthroughs in our business have literally come from conversations with other resellers. Anyone experienced that before? Like you had a conversation with another reseller and you had like a breakout in your business. You're like, oh, that just unlocked this thing for me, right? You guys remember how we were talking about like that market data, right? That market data that you get, the faster that you get that data, the more that you improve. Like, so the faster you get the market data, you become better at sourcing, becoming a better treasure hunter because you're taking that. It's the same thing that happens when you're working within a community. Okay. Let's give away, let's give away a playbook right now. Okay. Let's give away a playbook. And then what I'd love to do is like for any of you in here that are running into like I would love to anyone who is let's look at the poll real quick. We're gonna start. It's going in like 4 minutes and 45 seconds. Okay. For those of you that are struggling with sourcing, is anyone in here like sourcing? That's my thing. Sourcing. That's my thing. Do you guys want to talk about sourcing? That's my thing. I'm struggling with this because of sourcing. Hands. Okay. Cool. Let's talk about sourcing. Anyone else? Okay, Bell Ivy. Okay, cool. Mayor, it's good to see you again. Thank you for always hanging out with me. I appreciate that. Yes, sourcing. Okay, let's talk about it all. Okay, let's talk about death piles. What are death piles? I'm just kidding. I know what death piles are. With love from Iowa, those are, I love sourcing, but it's easy near me. I'm curious what others are dealing with. Okay. Okay, we're going to go back we're going to go back over here and we're going to talk about this. Remember, anytime that we're talking about something that has to do with tactics, so we're going to talk about, if we're talking about sourcing, right? I'm here for sourcing. I'm here for sourcing. Let's talk about this in general, okay? Because what we need to do is we need to understand what what the strategy is before we talk about tactics. Anytime we do this, we got to talk about strategy. I appreciate you guys putting that in the poll, okay? The money piles. All right. So, we need to understand first and foremost what it is that we're doing. How many of you in here know the two target strategy? What is the two things that we're going for? I'll give you a little hint. All right? There you go. What is the two target strategy? You guys, I got to get my water. Return buyers and market data. Yes, with love from Iowa. Duh. Duh. That's awesome. Okay. So, we don't have death piles. Return with love from Iowa. Can we? So I want to talk about sourcing, but sometimes I feel like it's beneficial if I talk to one person who's dealing with it and then everyone else can join along with it. Would anyone be willing who wants to talk about sourcing? First one in there be like, we're going to do what we call like community coaching or like hot seat. Essentially, I'm going to have a conversation with you. It's like it's not a hot seat. It's a comfortable chair that's a little warm. Okay, but essentially, I'll talk to you about your sourcing. Um, Bell Ivy. We have other people we work with that do luxury. So, okay, thank you. Blueberry Bear. I love it. You have a beautiful smile. I'm gonna follow you back. Vegas Base. Beth, hi. So y'all hang out with me, stay with me. I'm going to just talk with Beth about this, and then I want you to look at how this applies to you. So sometimes when we're hearing another conversation about it, you're like, oh, that actually helps me. So, but it's helpful for me to talk directly to Beth right now. So y'all stick around, okay? So, Beth, can you tell me just a little bit about your business? Are you currently selling on? Are you currently selling on Whatnot? And if so, what do you sell? Or let me know where you're at. Yeah, selling on Whatnot. Women's contemporary. Cool. Very cool. Let me go. I'm going to go back to your profile real quick. Okay, you got a show at 1 tomorrow. Boom. Bookmarking that. Rent the runway, no flaws. Y'all, let's go. Missing that bookmark button. I just went into your show. You weren't there, okay? Because you're in here. I try to bookmark your show and I leave my show. Okay, I'm back. Okay, y'all. Y'all go follow Blueberry Bear and go bookmark her shows, okay? I'm back. I bookmarked one of them. The other one I missed and I went into your show. So my fault. I got big thumbs, I guess. Okay. So I need to have a stylist. All right. So you do women's contemporary. How are you currently sourcing right now? Tell me a little bit about your process. By the way, like Vegas, we work with someone in Vegas and they do playbook. There it goes. One about smiles. You got the giveaway. It's a playbook. It's coming to you digitally. All right. My wife. Ooh. Beth, I'm gonna throw something out to you. It's something we've never done before. Love Vegas now after a few years here. Awesome. We're in Salt Lake, so we're like 7 hours away from you, something like that. 7 hour drive away from you. And we've talked about doing like a meetup, and I think it'll probably end up happening in like Vegas because I think Vegas is a really good like central place, at least for us. And we have people. So, do you want to? What? Okay, maybe I hear what you're saying, but okay. So large quantity boxes, single pallets. Okay, so you're sourcing larger things. So what is your? Should we do an East Coast, West Coast, Priscilla? Maybe what we'll do is set up East Coast, West Coast, and bring back like the gangster rap, like the feud that was going on, and we'll set like coast against coast. I don't know, just throwing some stuff out there, you know. Guess I'm flying to Vegas. We're going to Vegas, kids. All right. 100%. So Beth, tell me like what so with sourcing, what is your thing? I knew it. Katie's in here. I knew she's in here. She's our I need pallets more frequently and I struggle to find them at a price I can make a profit at. Okay. So this is what we're going to do, okay? Beth, we got to go back to, so is it cuz you're moving product. You're moving it so quickly. Okay, let me see. Okay. Are you only selling on Whatnot? At the same time, I don't get enough people in shows to drive auctions up. Okay, gotcha. So it's sourcing, but I don't. She's saying I don't get enough people in shows to drive auctions up. You know, you want those bids to go up. Yeah. So same issue here. Anyone else dealing with this? I also sell on Poshmark and Fleabay. I'm sorry, PMark and Fleabay. That's good. I like that. Okay. Same Bell Ivy. You're dealing with the same thing. Okay. I know that voice anywhere. Yep, too few people. Okay, so you're not getting enough people to your show for it to be. So we're talking about two different things then. We're talking about, hey, I'm sourcing, but also, so are you buying stuff in pallets and then you're listing it on Poshmark and Fleabay, PMark and Fleabay? Is that what you're doing? And I'm curious, if so, Beth, how many items do you have up on traditional platforms? Both, yeah, and then selling Whatnot from the same pallet. Okay. So you're listing them and then you're coming on to Whatnot and then you're showing them from the same palette. Then if it sells on Whatnot, you'll pull it down from Poshmark or eBay. Is that right? Only like 200 listed elsewhere because I just started reselling in November, as in like like 34 days ago or like whatever. What's today? Yeah, like 40 days ago. That November, the one that just happened. You've been in the game since November. You just started in November too. Yo, okay, Sweetly Collectibles. Are you selling on traditional as well? Let's see if you guys have a very similar situation. You guys talking about November 2024? What? I've resold for a long time. I took a break. Okay, so now you're back in the game because you didn't choose the game chose you. You have no choice. You try to get away and the game's like pulled you right back in, right? September 2024 for y'all. When you guys are saying this, are you saying that you are just getting into the resale game or you're getting into the live resale game? I have almost 500 sales on here, but I have no other platforms. Love that. I love hearing that. Okay, cool. Good job, by the way. 500. New to live resale. Okay, new to live resale. Okay, so Beth, were you in here when we were talking about traditional reselling? When I talk about traditional resale, my neck gets all red and my ears like get all red and I just get super passionate. Okay, we're gonna talk about the two different things. The live resale game. Bell Ivy's new to the live resale game, was doing personal shopping and sourcing. Okay, cool. So they're two different models, okay? So what we want to do is I highly recommend that you pick one, okay? Now I understand you have stuff going on other platforms, but my recommendation, and hear me out, okay? Before you say anything, hear me out, all right? The reason why I recommend that you slowly start to move over into live sales because the opportunity is much bigger. It's much bigger over here than it is in traditional resale. And those that I see try to do a hybrid of it don't. It's very, very difficult to do. I haven't seen anyone do it really well. The only one that I've seen that's doing it, that does it well, they are doing the listings out of a sense of necessity, but they're actually focused. They have a live reseller mindset. They're not a traditional reseller. They just have to have listings for how they sell their live. That's the only reason, okay? And so I come very, very much against traditional resale because my wife and I did traditional resale for like 4.5 years. And then we moved over into into live selling. And when I discovered when we discovered the opportunity, I put all of my eggs into that one basket, and it was the best thing to do. Okay, so I'm with you. I'm happy just to quit traditional, but it's the only profit generating piece right now. I hear you. So as you are moving over, okay, I hear you. As you're moving over, and this is why it's super helpful, y'all. Like having someone that you can talk to. Like have somebody that knows your business, or even better, like community that knows your business, because most people are dealing with similar things, but everything is personal at the same time. And so normally, like the things that we've dealt with, right? Yeah. So Kofi says my transition was 6 months from trad to only live. Yeah. um so 6 months. Ours was probably, I think it probably, and what do you think, baby? It was probably like 3 months, probably 3 months to get fully transitioned over. Yeah, probably about 3 months. Um, yeah. So there is a jump, right? And so what you want to do is here's what you want to understand, okay? First of all, we want to understand that we in traditional reselling, your job is to maximize profit off of each transaction. However, when we come over here, it's about return buyers and market data, okay? Return buyers and market data, okay? Because in traditional resale, when you sell something in your Poshmark closet or your eBay, you don't get that return buyer to come back, or that you don't get that buyer to become a return buyer for the most part, okay? Because they don't come back, what that means is your customer lifetime value, or how much money that customer spends with you over a lifetime, will be whatever your average is across the board. Meaning, if on average your items are going for $20, your customer lifetime value is $20, okay? However, in live sales, when you move over here and you learn the skill set of it, what happens is, yeah, I slip a little coupon code in my Fleabay first time buyer sales, only works 12% of the time, roughly, right? And here's why it only works 12% of the time. Because the buyer came to you because they typed in a keyword or keywords that popped up your listing, and then they clicked on your listing. So they're like, yeah, I'm down. Like I might come back, and they have to go through and go through and look. Yeah, 100%. Way to go on knowing that number. Thanks, beautiful wife of mine. Way to go on knowing your numbers, right? And so what happens is now we're they'll go back in and look through your store based off of the listings that you have, right? But they're not going to necessarily come back again and again and again unless you have the products they're looking for. In live selling, it's completely different. People will come back to you again and again in the same week and buy again and again. And it's not based off of the products that you have in general, because they're just there because they enjoy what you do, because they enjoy what you do. But you understand the process, you're working on your show, you're doing all these things. They'll come back to hang out with you, and then when they happen to see a product they like, they will then bid on that thing. And because you're smart and you're getting that market data, the second part of that is every time that you're showing these items in front of an audience, you're getting back market data, which makes you a better treasure hunter. Okay. And when you become a better treasure hunter, that means the items you're getting become more potent, essentially. Like they're better items overall. And therefore, when you show those again to your return buyers, more of them are coming in and they're bidding up against each other. And therefore, you get better market data, and so on and so forth. So it turns into this beautiful little wheel that I got right there, right? So we use our market data to get return buyers, and then our return buyers give us market data. And each time when we go through this cycle right here, we get better and better and better. Okay. So this is the 5S cycle. Okay. This 5S cycle is the live reselling business. If you have a live reselling business, which you do, this is what it is. So you're starting with sourcing. And now, so if you're sourcing, by the way, those of you that are like, oh, I see this. Yeah, sourcing, and then you clean up the item. And then if you're in traditional resale, this would be you listing the item. And then when it sells, you do shipping. And most of the point, you don't have this. And then you're like, I have death piles. And that's what this is. All I do is source, and it's the best thing ever, right? So this is death piles. Okay. And this right here, like you just list and list and list, and then you ship whatever it is. We don't get the story because the market feedback is so slow. So the advantage of live selling is you get such quick market feedback, you know what to source. So a lot of times If you're new to the live selling thing, my recommendation would be before you go and purchase a pallet or start to get into the pallet game, you want to make sure that number one, you already have return buyers. And number two is you know what you pick up because pallets cost more money. Now, if you're like, no, I'm ready to get into the pallet game, how do you know that those are good items? And so for us, like my wife's been coming to me, she's like, I think we should start getting into doing some of this stuff over here. I'm like 100%. But when she's showing it, she's like, I think because of this, this, and this, I think my buyers would really like these things. And so what we don't want to do is go off of data that we have from over here or from somewhere else, like traditional reselling. And we're like, hey, it sells really well over here. I'm going to pick up a pallet of it and then I'm going to sell it over here. And that's a risk because we don't have that data, right? So you're able to compress data, like the time frame from data. Beth, are you with me right now? Is that making sense? You understand what I'm saying? How many? Let me know if you're still with me. Okay, cool. So you've sold on here already. You've sold 792. Do you know roughly what your return buyer rate is right now on in live sales in on Whatnot? Are you getting consistent return buyers? I am. Okay, cool. Um, One of the things that you had mentioned is I'm not sure I'm getting enough people to my show though. Like I would like, is that one of the things you said? I think that came up with someone else as well. Me. Okay, Bill Ivy. All right. Yes, that's also true. Okay. So what we want to do is continue to do what you're doing. Okay. If you're so a lot of times they're starting with sourcing, and a lot of times we're like, what should I pick up? Right. I think you might be a little bit beyond like what you should pick up, right? Meaning you have some ideas because you have stuff that's selling over here and you've already sold 792 items. Bell Ivy, since you're here as well, you sold 367. So you're getting an idea of what is selling on here. Continue to, before we go get pallets of anything, right? Because the pallets, a lot of times they're unmanifested, meaning you don't know exactly what's in them. So that's a risk in and of itself. But we don't want to pick up half of it and then only sell half of it. What we want to do is continue to get really good. So how did you get? I have more return buyers than new buyers right now. Is that bad? It's not bad. Um, so this is where it's like, hey, how do we get more people to the show, right? Because so Beth, you're like, hey, I'm also I need more people to my show. On average right now, Beth, how many people do you have coming into your show? I'm just curious if you're okay with sharing that. Okay, 6 to 17. Okay. So what you can do is you can use art. So the stuff that you've shown then, all the sales that you've made, are those all from pallets? Is that the only way that you source? Because you live in like 95% is what you're picking up. Okay. Do you go out like how many like you guys have really good sourcing in Vegas, is that right? You have like an unbelievable amount of like Goodwills in Vegas. Is that right? Sourcing is so bad in Vegas. What do you mean? Sweetly collectibles. Let me click on you real quick. I love sourcing here. Yeah, maybe we gotta have you cruising around with Katie. It's good here. Generous people donating nice stuff. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So what we want to do so in the pallet game, because you're picking up bulk, what we want to do is we want to get really good at our market data and use that to make sure we're driving up our return buyers. Okay. The bins price is high and the bins are filled with not great things. Okay. Yeah. So I love sourcing in Vegas. Okay. So bins might be one way to go, but also what we're really doing, and this is a great advantage of this. So a lot of times, and I wanna, how do I phrase this? I just have to say it directly. A lot of times we think we know, and we actually don't. Meaning, we think we're better treasure hunters than we actually are. Now, I'm not saying that for you, but it could possibly be we're not as good as we think we are, and we want to stay in the space of being students of the game. The best way to do that is to go out and hone that sourcing ability before we are buying pallets as the main thing. Because the pallets themselves, you're getting a bunch of the stuff in, but it's are the pallets all of the same brand? Can you tell me a little bit, Beth, about what the pallets are? Tons of thrift stores, liquidation centers, Goodwill bins, and Salvation bins. Places you can pick up pallets in person. Retail arbitrage discount stores. Yeah. And I want to really some same brand, some mix. Okay. So what we want to do is before we start expanding into the palette game, because a lot of times what happens is and this is what's happening. Like I'm trying to find a good place for palettes here, and so many seem scammy. So we're talking about this sourcing ability, but I think sometimes we start skipping levels because we have this amazing opportunity to actually learn from the people that are coming into your live and showing them and letting them tell you what is good, what's not good, and what they want more of based off of what they're buying. So if your return buyers are coming back and buying the same things again and again, continue to expand new things and test in front of them. Be like, yeah, all down with this, are you down with this, right? So um, and then from there, then we can expand and be like, I know for a fact if I buy this stuff, I'm going to be able to sell this and my margins are good. See, the thing isn't whether or not your cost of goods is really low. It's whether or not your market data is so attuned to your buyer. There are people here that their cost of goods, they're higher. They're way higher than what ours are, but they know it because of their market data. They can do that again and again. So it's not so much the cost of goods and trying to do things low. Low is really good in order to get market data because the risk is lower, right? And then you can do stuff like you can do lower start bids and you can figure that out. But what you want to do first is make sure that you are yeah. So and here's what you want to do exactly, Beth. So I would totally go in and consider going back to the bins and picking up things. I think that's the different though I think that's a different audience than the small one I built. Okay, until I can get more people into the show. So what you want to do, so here's the thing. A lot of times we're like, it's my sourcing. And this is why I'm talking about traditional resellers. All of the focus ends up being on the sourcing. And because we're so focused on the sourcing, we're like, if I get my sourcing right, it'll be good. I'll make money if my products are good. And that's only 20% of the entire equation of what it is that we're doing. So whenever we're basing everything we're doing off of how good our products are, then we're missing the rest of the skill set that can actually be developed, which is how you show the item. Because the truth is, if you pick up amazing stuff but you don't know how to show your item or you're not doing it as well as you could have somebody else that's selling the same thing as you and they could sell it for more than you are. And you're like, oh, I bet it's because they either have more people on their show or they have better product than I do. But we miss out that actually product is only 20% of this entire thing. And there's a lot more skill in here that we can develop to get market data, to get return buyers. And then when you do happen to go pick up new stuff, that it'll sell for more. So it's not so much how much you purchase the item for, it's how good are you at doing this entire cycle. Okay. And this is really what we do, like based off of what you're telling me, Beth, like if I was to like tell you, like based off of what you're doing right now, my recommendation for you would number one, I would need to understand a little bit more about what you're doing. But my recommendation for you is we walk through and look at what your show is looking like, and then we would determine based off of the sourcing, okay? Because we want to really make sure that we have something dialed in to where you have a consistent like 20, 30, 40, 50 people showing up at your show. And then we can go back out to the market and start trying to find better ways to source things, right? So you're sitting in this like really beautiful area right now where you can do this, and don't worry so much about being like, so does it have to be $1 starts? Does it have to be $5 starts? No, not necessarily. You can adjust it. Your main thing is understanding who your market is, and then you'll improve your sourcing. What do I mean by that? Okay, I mean this. You go out and find product, you stage it, and you show it. When you show it, after you've shown it, this is what we do in coaching is you're going to look at what sold, what didn't sell, and more importantly, what did really well. Because the next time you go out to source, what we're doing is we're looking to improve this thing right here. So if every time we go through the cycle, we get a little bit better at doing these things, this 5S cycle will actually, the entire thing will improve again and again and again. Now, I'm not saying each week that you need to go through and be like, hey, you need 7 different things that you're going to be doing for sourcing. And then this week, let's redo your staging thing. It's only one little thing. If you improve one thing in your show, it can have a big difference overall. So yeah, Kiki's mom, thank you for stopping by again. Okay. So what happens is over time, you get really good at doing all these things. And now you've prepared something in the show because you're putting your focus on it, growing that skill set, that the sourcing becomes where you're like, oh, I know how to do this, right? I know how to get this. And it's not about all about like, well, I'm just trying to find low cost things and I'm trying to flip it over here. You're literally improving the cycle. I hope that helps. Does that make sense to you? Beth, are you in here? Does that make sense? So a lot of times we think that the issue is the sourcing thing, but it's interesting what we do in the coaching group, and which I highly recommend. If Beth, for you, like you would get massive benefit. You go to the buy it now, you can see what it looks like. Actually, don't do anything, baby. I'm going to pin it. Okay. This is what I'd recommend that you join us in this. It's 97 bucks. We'll actually talk like with the community face to face. So I'd be able to see your face, hear your voice, and then be able to work with you directly on these things. But a lot of times when we're doing the coaching, I used to do Q&As and they're like, this is my issue over here. The actuality of it is like, well, actually it's, we got to get like really good at the show thing. Once that's locked in, the sourcing will become easier because you're getting that market data back. So anyone who is dealing with that type of thing right there, I'd highly recommend doing the launch with us, or the Live Reseller Pro coaching and community, because one of those little unlocks can have a huge impact on your business. So, and for Bell Ivy, same type of thing. So let's talk about how to get more people to your show. How many people? I love it. Thanks, Kristen. How many people in here are like, I'm not getting enough people to my shows? Maybe we could change the other baby to on the poll to I'm not getting enough people to my show. Because I'm thinking that's what some of this. How many of you are like, it's just I'm not getting enough people to my show? Okay, Bell Ivy Closet. Okay. We're gonna talk through that. Okay. Bell Ivy, let's talk about that. All right. Going up. Okay. I had a 100-person raid, Kristen said, and freaked me out. So I was not ready. So be careful for what you pay for. We know we need to build more community off the top of the app to bring in, but social media is yet another pull on time and skill set. Okay, let's talk about this. Let's talk about this. Okay, for those of you that are like, my issue is I'm not getting enough people to my show. Right? Give me a fire, give me a thumbs up, give me a yes. If your issue is maybe it's not even your issue. You're like, I just want more people to my show. If I got more people to my show, this would be better. Anyone? Bell Ivy, we're gonna be talking. Beth, okay. You all ready? Cool. Who doesn't? Who doesn't? All right. Okay. Cindy, good to see you again. I actually don't know if it's like again. I think they just sometimes you've been in the show and like it says you joined. And you're like, I've been here. I didn't leave. I'm like, good to see you again. Thanks for coming back. I've been here the whole time. Okay. So I don't want, okay. A lot of times before we want more people to the show, we want to make sure that the show is set up to keep people in. Okay. So I use this in the way of like a restaurant analogy. Okay. So a lot of times it's not how many people are coming into our show, it's how many people are staying in our show. So when we understand, where is this? Oh, yeah. Man, I got all plugged in and all set up, and now we got to go back. Okay. So how? So let's reframe the question, which is a really powerful thing to do, by the way. How the questions are the thing that's going to give us the answer, right? So we want to make sure that we ask a proper question because that's how we get the answer that we're really looking for. And so what we want to start with is how do I keep people on my show? Okay. And business, a lot of times, and a lot of things that are happening that I see on Whatnot is actually more about subtraction than it is addition. Okay. What I mean by that is if we remove, a lot of the things that actually prevent people from staying, we'll naturally get better at what we're doing. So a lot of times we just need to remove the things that prevent people from staying. Okay. But if we're going to talk about that, we need to first understand what the sequence is that people go through, right? We need a framework to understand what people are going through so that we understand how we can keep people there, okay? So, first and foremost, this is called the super fan sequence right here. You can screenshot it if you like. If the chat's in the way, you can slide that thing to the left and it'll move out of the way and you can screenshot that, okay? I'm going to move this real quick so you're like, okay. Okay, this is called the superfan sequence. Okay, I didn't make this thing up, um, but I did steal it for this, right? Okay, so the first thing is like somebody becomes aware of you, right? So you have a show, they've never seen you before. They're scrolling through, they're scrolling through Whatnot, and they see your show poster, and now they're aware of you. Step one. Then they click on it. Now they've discovered you, right? Your face pops up. You're like, this is what I'm doing. This is what I'm selling. You're going through your process. And while that's happening, they're considering you. They're in consideration, right? Consideration is like, do I like this person? Do I trust this person? Is this somebody I want to spend some time with to get to know this person, right? This entire process right here could possibly take all of 3 seconds. Okay. We kind of live in a 3 second world at this point, right? It's kind of like that TikTok thing of being like, hey, you got to get them in the first 3 seconds. A lot of times, this consideration part, when people leave, it's not because of something you're necessarily. It's not because of you, like who you are. They're like, oh, I don't like the color of their hair or something. That's not it, right? A lot of times in consideration when they leave, they're not leaving from anything other than they might be confused, okay? And a confused buyer is not going to stay. They're not going to buy. So I'll do like a whole restaurant analogy where I say imagine walking into a restaurant and when you walk in, based off of the decor, based off of like the music, based off of what was going on, you didn't know what kind of restaurant it was. And somebody comes running up to you, be like, oh man, welcome to the restaurant. What kind of food do you like? And we're taking like any requests, right? If somebody sat and got your request for what you would like at a restaurant and they went to go check with the chef and the whole thing is confusing, you don't even know what it is, you're going to leave. You're not going to wait around to figure out like what it is. So when people are considering you a lot of times, it's not, they just don't know exactly what's going on. So what we wanted, so that's first and foremost, okay? And I'll talk about this very tactically here in just a moment. So stay with me. Does that make sense so far, y'all? Does that make sense? People leave because they're confused. Okay? Okay, cool. Once we've gone through this, right? Okay, cool. Thank you. So they're leaving because they're confused. Okay. Once they've considered you, after a period of time, if you spend enough time with them, they'll convert. What does that mean? That's not necessarily like the money side of it, but they're like, I like this person. I like it. Right? Remember, we're not a product based business. It's a process based business. It's a service that we're providing. So it's not so much of like the product. So a lot of people are like, well, they're considering my product and they're going to convert based off of my product. No, they're not, because your product is a commodity. It's out. There's so many. This is hard for treasure hunter to hear. Your treasure that you found, that you love, that you're like, people are going to love this because my business is a product based business and it's all based off the treasure I found, is a commodity. It's all over the internet. I can find the thing that you have right now, the thing that people are selling in their store. If I go through Whatnot and I just start writing down the items that are being sold right now, it's not difficult for me to go out and find. Okay, it wouldn't be like I would never be able to find that thing unless it's like a rare vintage piece, something like that. Okay, for the most part, the stuff that you have is widely available that they can get it someplace else. So when we understand that, they're not converting based off of that, they're converting because they understand what's happening in your show, first of all, and they're converting to you and who you are and the experience that they're getting, essentially how you make them feel. Okay. So there's ways that we can to use our process to make this work, right? We're talking about how to get more people to our shows, but more importantly, how to keep people on our shows. Okay. Then after that, once they've been with you for a while, there becomes something where it's like they engage with you. Maybe it's via the chat. Maybe they buy something from you. At some point, once they've spent enough time with you, they've already converted, but you enter into a relationship with them, right? You're like, what? Yeah, you can go change your status on Facebook right now because you're all in a relationship. Okay. What I mean by that is, how many of you have been here besides the one in like the coaching group that like we've been working together for like almost a year now? Besides that, how many of you have watched me on Whatnot for say like over 4 hours? Here right now, not you, Chris, you don't count, neither do you, Katie. Who on here has watched me for more than 4 hours? Like in this masterclass. Me. Okay, cool. I quit counting. That's good. At one point you were, you're like, oh, another hour. I'm not doing this tally thing anymore. Okay, cool. We, Sweetly Collectibles, we're in a relationship, right? Don't worry, my wife is fully aware, okay? It's not that type of relationship. We're in a relationship because the longer that you spend with me, the more that you know, like, and trust me, right? Hopefully. Or the whole time you're like getting footage and you're like, this guy's, he's just full of it. And you're like gathering a team of like, bring Coach Steve down. I don't know. I feel like you know, like, and trust me, if you spent like over 4 hours with me, most likely. So this relationship can happen and you may not even know that. I'll be. You're calling me out and encouraging all in one. Cool. It should be, it should be right. You have to be encouraged at the same time. If I'm just calling you out and I'm not encouraging, then that's no good. And if I'm just encouraging, then I'm enabling, and that's no good, right? But here's the thing. Sweetly, I didn't know that we had been hanging out for this long. I didn't know that. I'm so glad you're here and I appreciate that. And I'm so glad that you come back and that you value the things that we're doing enough to spend your precious time doing this. Hannah, so great to meet you. I just followed you. Okay. So, Hannah, I didn't know that we were in relationship. Okay. You might not know that you're who is in relationship with you because they're watching. And then at one point, they they become a super fan, and at a super fan they're with you. So this is where we call retention, and they're also refer. Okay, we have 13 shares for this show right here. Okay, those shares have most likely come from people that haven't spent a single dime with us, right? Maybe they have, maybe they haven't, but a lot of people will share the show and that becomes a referral. Now, either they're sharing the show as a referral and be like, dude, get a load of this guy. This guy's just saying some wild stuff on the internet. You got to see this thing. It's craziness. Or they're like, hey, this is valuable information, and they're referring. None of these things that I'm talking about right now actually has to do with the exchange of money yet. But the longer that somebody is, the further down this goes, the more likely somebody is willing to spend money with you. And when they do, it'll that is the point that it's going to be. Then it's like, yeah, I'm interested in that product. But all of this, and you guys look at how you spend your time on Whatnot, you may find that a lot of the shows that you watch, you may have not spent any money with, but if at the right time a product comes across the screen that you're like, I'm down with that, you would be in there purchasing that thing. So we need to consider this as we go out as sellers on the app to understand that we need to allow for this thing to take place on their timeline, not on my timeline. Like, I would love it if we all, like, we met today and you're like, yeah, I spent 10 minutes with this guy and I'm getting into his coaching program. I would love to do that. That'd be awesome. But I'm in no rush because I know at a period of time, if we get to a certain level, at one point we will actually, you will actually, there will be money exchange where I'm giving value to you in exchange for currency, right? That is the overall goal. That's the same thing that you're doing in your business as well. And you're like, okay, got it. Super fan sequence. Does that make sense for y'all? So we're talking about how to keep more people in your show. Does that make sense so far? Okay. My wife says yes. Thank you. Anyone else? Is this making sense to y'all so far? The super fan sequence? right? Okay, cool. Kristen, thank you. Got you. Okay, Bell Ivy, perfect. Because this is one of the things. Always, Chris always knows what I'm talking about. Kate, Beth, fantastic. Thank you. Kate, thank you for staying with me. All right, because now let's talk about what we can do. Thank you, Britt Still. Chicken Poop Shop. I gotta know. I have to know. I have number one. I have to follow you based off of your name. You sold 2K. Chicken and Poop Shop is a professional seller of both new and pre-loved premium fashion. I love it. Okay. I love your name. You caught my attention and I had to go look it up who you were and I had to follow you based off of just your name alone. So you got my attention. Sometimes the issue is you can't even say hi without them leaving. 100%. Okay, fantastic. This is why I want to people remember us. 100%, right? Okay. You brought up a fantastic point. We are operating in a space that has a non-captive audience. Okay? A non-captive audience. What does that mean? I got 28 people in here right now. I have no control whether you all stay. You guys can leave right now. I have yet to figure out that feature that I can just lock y'all in a show. Like none of your apps. You can't even exit the app and you can't exit my room. And then I capture you here, right? I would never do that, okay? I would never do that. So we're dealing with a non-captive audience. So people are coming and going as they please, right? And our job in the midst of all the different things that can be happening all throughout the world, Netflix and TikTok and Instagram and people in real life and like kids and like Netflix, and binge watching the great British baking show on Netflix. That's who you're competing with. So you have like 3 seconds, right? And TikTok, right? You have TikTok. Do you know who Netflix said their biggest competitor was? Does anyone know what Netflix says the CEO, their biggest competitor to their business was? We're giving this away in 5 minutes, y'all. The CEO of Netflix said, somebody asked him, who's your biggest competitor? You know what he said? I want to see if anyone can guess this. Don't you dare go Google it. Don't you dare. I think his name is Reed Hastings or something like that. First letter, please. Okay, first letter of it is S. Netflix biggest competitor. The hint is it starts with an S. Yep, Mayor got it. Sleep. Okay? Sunshine. Netflix is like, we gotta stop people from going out and getting sunshine, okay? Sleep. Mayor got it. He said sleep. That's their biggest competitor, okay? Who is your biggest competitor? Everybody else in the world who's doing anything to grab their attention. So this is really important because it's a lot of times it's not how much attention are you getting, it's being able to retain the attention. How do you retain attention? For the most part, what you need to do is remove the things that are not part of this, okay? I'm gonna drop some stuff for y'all here, okay? If you guys like this and you're like, this I get what you're saying, and this makes a ton of sense, but how do I apply that? That's what the community coaching is for. Like how can that's what we do in the coaching where we're working together. That's where I work with you, a community works with you. We help you to get your show right, and then we even bring an audience to you when it is time where you're like, I'm ready, Coach Steve, put me in the game. And we say, great, we're gonna bring our audience to you because we're now our you're vetted, and now we're going to bring them to you and say, check out this seller, okay? And then you're going to work that out, and then after we do a show, then we go back and we keep doing that thing. It's the constant repetition of going through this over and over and over again. So if that's something you guys are interested in, you can go buy it in the Buy It Now right now. That's the Live Reseller Pro community and coaching. Okay, that's what we're doing, right? Okay, so here's how we keep people in the show. First and foremost, okay, we're gonna go back to the restaurant analogy. Okay, you gotta find your tribe. Yeah, 100%. Alexa, pause. Okay, here are some of the things I want you guys to think about this as if you're walking down the road and you're walking down the street with your friend and it's nighttime and you are hungry and you see a sign that says restaurant, right? So you're now aware of it. You're aware that there's a restaurant, okay? First step in the super fan sequence, all right? The second one is discover, right? So you and your friend are like, let's get some food. And you walk into this restaurant, okay? So now you've discovered this restaurant. You just walk through the door. And when you walk in, you don't see anybody there, okay? You don't see anyone, all right? And you're listening and there's no music, okay? It sounds like this. And off in one corner is some patio furniture. There's like a lawn chair, like one of the ones you like lounge back on. Over here, there's a lawn chair and some patio furniture. There's also some pillows on the floor as well. And there's like a fold out like cardboard table, right? And there's some like a desk lamp over there, like a white light one. And then there's like another like reading lamp, but it's like yellow. So the lighting's all weird. And over here is like a lazy boy recliner. Then there's like a TV tray stand with it. And over there's like some random rugs and I guess like a pile, like one of those like love sacks, like a big like, and it has food on it and stuff because it's a restaurant, right? And as you're looking around, you're considering the place. You're in consideration, right? Remember consideration. You're considering, and then out of the shadows in the back comes me and be like, "Holy cow, someone's here! Hey, what's up? What kind of request? Do you guys have any requests? Do you have any requests? You guys tell me what you would prefer to have for dinner tonight. Would you guys throw that in the chat? What do you prefer to have for dinner tonight? You could have anything for dinner tonight. What do you prefer to have? I'm not saying it's gonna happen. Sushi, girl, you gotta stop. All right, we're not getting sushi tonight. Okay, we got stuff to do. Curry. Oh yeah, I'm a big curry fan. What else? I want sushi. Spaghetti. Okay, I'm like, oh okay. So spaghetti. All right, I love spaghetti. I had some earlier today. Right. Okay, and sushi, spaghetti, sushi, and curry. Okay, another one for sushi. Okay. Um, oh my gosh, I do that when my room is low. Okay, stay with me, Belle. Stay with me now. Yeah, and sketty sounds good. Okay, spaghetti and sushi and curry. Okay, stay right here. Please don't leave. Don't go anywhere. I just gotta go see if I've got that. Don't go anywhere. Stay right here. I'll be right back. And I'm off in the back here. No, they said they wanted spaghetti. Hold on, I'm looking, guys. Please don't go. I'm looking. Although the giveaway is going to Chicken Poop Shop. Yes, I love it. My wife will send you the link. All right, hold on, guys. Spaghetti, curry. They say they want curry and sushi. Hold on. When I come out, when I come back out, are y'all going to be standing there? Are y'all going to be Are you waiting for the host to come back to let you know? You're going to eat at a restaurant that's like, let me go check. Hold on 1 second, right? Why? Why are you not going to stay? Because it's confusing. And now I've put the burden onto the buyer to figure out what is going on here, right? And if we walk into something that we do not, there's misalignments or it doesn't make sense, we bounce out. We bounce, right? Confused people don't stick around to see what's going to happen, right? Unless you're like, holy cow, I do have a friend who like seeks out like the weirdest stuff. And I'm like, dude, this is how like the beginning of horror movies starts. He's like, I know. I think that we should hang out because I think we're gonna see some crazy stuff. If I went to this restaurant with this one friend, he'd be like, I think we stay. I'm like, they served spaghetti, sushi, and curry. And he's like, I know. One of them's probably he's like that adventurous. Is he single? He's not. He's married. He's still that adventurous. All right. So, outside of him, everyone else would be like, it's not Jesse. Jesse, can you guess who it is? It's not Jesse. He he would out of everyone, yeah, he got it, Brett. Yeah, 100%, it's Brett. It's the only person I know who'd be like, let's stay. Let's see how this pans out. Dude, I'll take the leather recliner over here. You sit in that lawn chair over there, dude, and let's just see how it goes. I'm like, I'm out, dude. I'm out. Right? Everyone else, I bet, in this room be like, I'm out. Not anymore. He's matured. Nelson wouldn't do this. He's matured now. So maybe Brett could convince him. So they leave, okay? So before any Lulu? The worst is when you're in your routine and someone comes and says, any Lulu, right? That'd be the same thing, right? So let's say you're all as crazy as my friend and you're like, let's stay, right? And as you're waiting around, like, oh, okay, so let me see what I got. Stay back here. Oh yeah, let me see what I got. And other people come in and they're like, hey, do you have any requests? Like, oh yeah, let me check over here actually. How many shows do you guys go into that are like this? Hold on, was this something that you wanted to see over here? Hold on. I think I have something over here as well. I don't know. Just stay. Hold on. Was it this right here? Which one of these was it? Let me know. Run or pass, guys. Run or pass. Okay. Let me know. Is it this? Okay. Run or pass, right? Okay. You want to retain the control of your show by creating an experience that they can walk into. This is why it's super helpful to have somebody from the outside come in and be like, hey, let me kind of guide you in this so you can create an experience that you can follow through. All right. That you can bring them into. Okay. Alexa, play FKJ. Okay. Now.
On Amazon Music.
Okay. So, you guys following the analogy with this? You guys coming to these whatnot shows? This is the other thing as well. Okay. The process is because traditional resellers struggle with this is they go through the same thing that you would do with a listing, which is my product carries my business. So I'm going to do the same thing over and over and over again and move on. So it looks like this. You ready? I call this the rinse and repeat. You ready? I have a pink. It's a pink suede jacket. It's 1970s. Pink suede jacket, folks. If you want to run or pass, pink suede jacket. It's a medium. It's a pink suede jacket. Pink suede jacket, folks. Medium. Medium? No? Okay. All right. That's all right. Hey, I have a black and white blazer. It's a blazer. It's black and white. I think it's vintage. It's a vintage black and white vape. Okay, no, all right, that's okay. You know what? We'll just keep going through this. I'm going through my process. Okay, so that's one, right? That actually works for some shops, but here's where it falls. The entire experience is based off of the product itself. So there's no engagement with that. The experience is just based off of the product. Okay. The other thing is, and by the way, this works across the board, but this is not going to continue to work into the future. The buyers and the sellers are going to become more sophisticated. So in the future, the rinse and repeat can work now, but in the future, it's not going to work. I'm betting in like 2 years from now, it'll be very rare that you see somebody who's successfully doing this that is running a rinse and repeat model. You guys, should I do run it up chat? You guys want to see run it up chat? So this is the traditional resale model. This is my listing and my keywords. If I keep repeating my keywords, you should buy it, right? You should buy it, right? So I saw that. I went through Whatnot the other night. I love going through Whatnot, and I go through shows and I look because I'm looking at like if I were to coach this person, how would I help them? How would I help them? A lot of times it's just a few little tweaks, and everything can, everyone can they can switch it up, right? They can switch it up. So if I go through and I'm like, how would I coach them? When I do this, I love finding some of these shows, okay? Because they make me they make me laugh. So the other night I watched one of these shows. My wife's getting ready for bed. I watch one of these things and then I like turn it off and I'm brushing my teeth and I'm like getting ready myself and I'm laughing to myself in the bathroom. My wife in the other room is like, "What are you laughing about?" I'm like, I just something I saw. I think it was so funny." And she's like, "Well, what was it?" I was like, "I just saw this show." And there was like a whole wall of like items hung up. It was men's vintage. It was this whole wall of men's vintage setup. And I know for sure there's 3 different guys in the room, potentially 4. Okay, and they're all young. All right, they're all young. They're in like their early 20s. Okay, and their strategy is one of them would go up and be like, "All right, guys, I got this right here. Run it up. Okay, we're gonna run it. Okay, run it up, chat. Chat, run it up. Chat, run it up." And all 3 of them, 4 of them potentially, are yelling at the camera, "Run it up, chat. Run it up. Chat, run it up. Come on, chat. Run it up. Run it up. This is good. Peace. Run it up, chat. Run it up." People are like, "Run it up. Run it up." So imagine like 3 people like yelling. I'm like, "Whoa, this is insane." And then when somebody bought it for starting bid, they're like, "Oh man, y'all are sleeping on this. Y'all are sleeping. This was a good piece. Only Vintage IP knows about it. This was a good piece. Y'all sleeping. Okay, next item. All right, here it goes. Run it up, chat. Run it up." And they're yelling, and I am laughing. Okay, how many of you have seen shows like this? How many of you guys have seen this show? I love it. Stay with me. Don't leave me. I'm just kidding around. Okay, I love you're pushing and passive aggressive. Someone. Okay, I cannot. Okay. The reason why I was like, I hate those. So y'all are sleeping. I hate that. It makes me want to stay. Okay. I'm not saying you guys are doing this. Yeah. T-shirt shows are like that, but it works. Kinda, right? But again, we're focusing on the product. And now we are yelling at our audience. And number one, they're not even like a person. It's just called chat. Run it up, chat. Come on, chat. You guys don't exist as real people on the other side of the camera. You're chat. Chat buys. That's how we do this. And so I was laughing because in my own silly brain of mine, I was thinking of the strategy that went into this. I was thinking of the strategy, the game plan. They're like, all right, gather up, guys.
And his
Gather
name
up.
is Chad.
gather up, guys. How are we going to sell all these clothes tonight? And they're like, okay, I got an idea. Hear me out. What if we just yell, run it up, chat? And everyone's like, that's genius. That's a really good idea. Yeah, we'll just yell. So one of us will run it, and then everyone else we'll yell at them. Yeah, but we all gotta yell. Yeah, all of us have to yell. Yeah. And then one other guy, like Bryce, is like, or what do you guys think about this? What if we describe the item and we connect with the audience? They're like, what? Bryce? That's stupid, dude. What is so dumb? We're doing run it up chat, okay? Everyone do it. And then Bryce is so dumb, dude. Connect with it. Connect with what? Chat? It's not real people, dude. Chat buys. Dumb. He's dumb. He doesn't know. Come on, Bryce. Dumb. And so then they do it and they're like, run it up. And they don't get the thing that they wanted. Like it doesn't connect. It doesn't do well. Connect with it. Connect with chat. That doesn't even make sense, dude. It's not a real thing, dude. Chat buys from us, bro. That's how we make money is chat, bro. They buy. And then afterwards they're like, what went wrong? They're like, I know what went wrong. Bryce wasn't saying run it up chat. I was yelling. Yep, Chad was yelling. Jason was yelling. Bryce wasn't. Stupid dude. Bryce was like, let's connect with chat. Duh. That's why we lost. Because Bryce wasn't saying run it up chat. So that's why I was laughing. And my wife was like, you're exaggerating. You're exaggerating. And I'm like, I'm going to go find this show. So I went back through and I found the show and I showed it to her and she's like, oh, they're really doing that. And I was like, I know, that's so funny. Like, come on, Bryce. So we have like built this whole like scenario. So I'm in the bathroom, like thinking of this whole scenario in my head, laughing. So hey, it might work, all right? The one they were started all at $1 too. So you've seen this before. Oh man, it's so good. I love it. Bryce, stupid dumb Bryce, so dumb. Connect with chat. Connect with what, dude? Like Chat GPT? What are you talking about, bro? All right, here is the last one that I saw. Here's the last one that I saw. Chat, you weren't yelling loud enough. Bryce wasn't. He wanted to connect with chat, so he wasn't even yelling enough. Stupid. Here's the other one that I saw. All right, guys. Listen, I got 33 people in here. You guys need to engage with me. I'm not going to engage with you if you ain't going to engage with me, okay? I'm not here for your entertainment. If you want me to do pit to pit, I will, but you need to request it. I'm not, guys, I'm running a giveaway and there's 33 people in here and there's only 14 entries. What are you guys doing? Guys, I'm not doing this for your entertainment. Like, engage with me. Give me something, all right? Give it. Guys, there's 34 people in here and you're not talking to me. Like, I'm not here for your entertainment. If you guys want me to run something, I will do it, but I'm not doing it if you don't ask me to, okay? All right, run this one, hit it. Okay, this is what I got. Guys, engage with me. Come on, guys, this is a good piece. Bye. Okay, look, guys, I'm not gonna, I was like, this is unreal. This is unreal. That is the entertainment, right? But no one's gonna buy. Now, I'm doing really like over the top like examples of what is happening that I've seen in shows. And as long as as long as you're not doing those things, you're already on the right path. So let's talk about number one, making sure that the environment isn't confusing. Okay. Now I love watching these shows because I make up my own scenarios of why I think they're funny. Okay. But it's not going to work in the long term, right? It's traditional reselling thinking it's going to work here, which is like my product will carry guy humor. That's what I got last time I saw. I've seen so many new sellers quit due to lack of engagement. Okay, and I think that's a thing, right? It's hard because you're like, if nobody's like doing this, I got like 3 to 5 people on the show and no one's engaging. A lot of times they're like, well, it's not enough people on my show. If you have 3 to 5 people in your kitchen, you'd probably be like, hey, there's too many people in my kitchen right now. You all need to get out of here. But if we have like 3 to 5 people on our show, okay. All right, Jam, I want to talk about that. The reason why the reason why, thank you, Peter. The reason why I want to keep going with that one. Guys, I have a Gibby running and there's 34 people in the room and only 19 entries. Like, you guys are sleeping right now. Like, I'm not going to engage with you unless I'll just get the giveaways are actually going up. This works. Oh my gosh. Guys, run it up. Let's go. Run chat, run it up. He's kidding, you guys. He's kidding. It's working though. People are coming in and more people are going into the giveaway. Actually, somebody left. I'm like, run it up, chat. I don't recommend. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay. So, what I hope later tonight, like, you guys are just laughing out of nowhere because you're thinking of the scenario. Okay. Bryce, what are we going to talk to chat? What are you talking about? Stupid Bryce. Stupid idiot. Stupid and dumb idiot Bryce. Oh man. Okay, we got 15 seconds on this. What is the playbook? So what it is it's all the chapters of the things that I'm talking about. Bryce and Chad that run it up chat, they're not in here. I will add them in later. I think it's great, right? Okay, so now we understand. All right, don't yell at your audience. Got that? Okay, who got it? Free shipping vintage. You got this. This is yours. Okay. This is yours. It's going to come to you in a digital link that you can start reading right now. And then if you ever have any questions on it, like, come back and hang out. And I'm happy to talk through it because I wrote it. And so it makes sense to me. But if it doesn't make sense to you, come back and we'll talk about it. Okay. I love the feedback. Okay. So what do we do? What's the opposite of this? Okay. Now here's what I will give. Here's what I am going to say about this. Besides the guy who's just berating his chat for not engaging with him. Outside of that, the other two at least had a process. Run it up chat is at least a process, okay? They're not taking requests, at least they have a process. Rinse and repeat, at least it's a process. And I'd rather start with a process than not rinse and repeat is, I have a blue button up with embroidery, a blue button up with embroidery, blue button up embroidery, okay? Long sleeve, no? Okay, hold on one second. Right? So that's rinse and repeat. Right? My wife's coming in here.
Sorry. I want to free shipping vintage. What is your name? I want to say your name is Daniel. I could be wrong. Greg. Can I tell you something really quickly? Okay. You guys, go follow him. What is his? Free shipping vintage. Go follow Greg. Okay, I'm so sorry. I'm like having a moment.
Are you fangirling right
No,
now?
I'm not. I might be.
Do you know what that means?
Okay.
Because I think you are doing it.
I want you guys to go follow him. His name is Greg. When I was 6 months pregnant with JJ, I found Whatnot. And Greg was the first person that I watched. He was doing a Q&A style live, and you were talking about how you're adopted and how you want to go to your native country and find your parents. And hopefully I'm okay with saying that. I mean, you did tell like probably 50 people. And I was so impacted by your lives. Like, I literally was like, if he can do it, I can do it. And if he's the one that paid off all of his debt.
Oh.
And he put, you guys, you have to go follow Greg. I have literally been like, I don't know where to find you because your screen name is different. So when I first got on to Whatnot, he was the person that I loved. Okay, you guys, he straight up, he included his entire Whatnot audience into paying off all of his debt through live selling.
So dope.
And they, on the show where he like paid all of his debt, they did a celebration show, and when I tell you they got shitty drunk on camera, I mean it. But I
Oh, like
am
that,
just like
don't
so
tell me,
thrilled.
Joyce. Don't tell me.
Whoops.
Whoopsies.
No, like you guys, he is a wonderful soul and like really shaped my ability to be like honesty and being vulnerable
And
is and authentic is the currency on Whatnot. It was the first time I went into a show and I was like completely engaged with this person. He is phenomenal. Please go follow him. Greg, I have literally been looking for you. I've been on the app for 2 years. I have 24,000 sales. And you were a huge part of that because you showed up vulnerable and willing to share with other people. You guys, this is back when you had to tip people through buying in their buy it now. And Greg would hand write a note to every single person who tipped him. So I have a handwritten note from him still.
Where is it? It should be right here.
I know. I think it's in the drawer in the kitchen.
We gotta go get it.
I know, but I just wanted
Greg,
to tell
we need
you.
another one actually.
Yeah,
we don't
need
know where
you
it
to-
went. If you
we're,
could.
we're actually gonna make you sign our playbook and then send it back
Yeah,
to us.
like hand sign it, not
I-
DocuSign. Hand sign it.
As soon as and the link to the playbook, Greg, is in your messages on Whatnot. But I am so stoked to find you because you like really changed my whole experience. And dude, you have 446 bookmarks. Are you kidding me?
Well, hold on.
You're what?
You gotta click it.
Oh, we have to bookmark it. You gotta get better at that.
I got.
You're not doing very good with that. But Greg,
I don't know
thank
where
you
the
so much for being here. And I had I was straight up like, no way. Because I literally have not seen you on the app since then. And I think it's because you just changed your screen name. And so I just never, you were so welcome. Thank you for everything. And hi, everyone. I'm in the middle of cleaning my kitchen. I'm like in no way ready to be live, but whatever. I love you all. I love you all. Check out the Bite Now. We have a lot of good stuff in there. I love you. I'm so happy we got to come to your live.
Oh man, we would love to co-host.
Oh my gosh, we should, Greg.
Like everything she just said is the very thing that we're talking about, and you did it. Like like you brought people into a whole story and got them involved, and people are there for that. That's the power of live selling. And I'm so I don't know, Greg, if you've just been sitting in here the last little bit, like this
Thank
guy's
you.
crazy. As I run through all the things I'm seeing on Whatnot, but I think it's so cool that I'm doing that, and then my wife comes in and starts talking about this completely other different way.
But that's what it is. That's what we're talking about. I love watching and
Too late now. We're gonna make you a friend.
Yeah.
Where is he? Let's go get him.
He's right there.
He's right there.
We
Let's
found
get
him.
him. Let's go get him.
Let's go get
Oh.
him. No, you're he's
I
not
don't
good
know
at
where,
this.
I don't know where the exact tip of my thumb is. Maybe my thumb. It's
But thank you for being here. I was just like, I was like, it's him.
I found him.
I found him.
That's awesome.
It's so cool. He paid off all of his debt.
That's so cool.
And he shared his whole experience with all of us. It was
Yeah.
so cool.
Yeah, that is cool, and I'm so happy that you got a playbook. Please give me your feedback after you get it. I am curious as well. Was this your first venture in like reselling, or did you do traditional resell before? I'm curious if you're still in it. Cool. So sometimes it takes just a second. See the original sellers on here. If they're still here, it's pretty unique to still be here. Yeah. Yeah. Sold on eBay for 10 years. What I love is that you made that crossover from like you understood the what was available here in this live thing, this live selling platform, right? So you didn't bring over that traditional resale mindset. You adopted something entirely new. Blew up. It's amazing. So happy to have you here. And now we're gonna always know if you're lurking and watching because my wife is she followed you. So now we know. Yeah, inefficiencies are opportunities. Holy cow, man! I think we should do. Um, man, I think that's so good, y'all. That's so good. Inefficiencies are opportunities. That is 100%. Man, that's so good. Okay. So, yeah, we're still on that, Greg. We just stole that. Inefficiencies or opportunities. We're still on that. I don't know if that was yours or not, but not anymore. We're still on that. That's really good. Okay. Just kidding. We'll always give you credit for that. Okay. Add it to the playbook right now. Hey, take it. Right. Love it. Okay. So here's some of the things that I think that you can do in order to improve shows, kind of running through a checklist in your mind. So we were talking about like, how do you get more people to your shows? And I wanted to reframe that and say, hey, instead of looking to how get more people to your shows, how do you keep people in your shows? So first things first is understand that everything that is within your frame, like this, this is all real estate. This is all real estate. Okay. And real estate's really important. Just like when you walk into a store, like they're not like, oh, put stuff here, put stuff there. They use that real estate very strategically. So I would recommend for those of you that are still with me, Beth, are you still with me? Who else is Sweetly Collectibles? Are you still here? Hannah, are you still here? Okay. Bell Ivy, thank you. Okay, cool. Thank you. Okay, cool. So before we go out and focus so much on like, hey, what should I do for pallets and all these things? Dante's always here. Dante's always here. If he's not, we're like, guys, Dante's not here, so we can't start. And we just shut the whole thing down. We just shut it down. Present. Yep. I'm taking roll. Okay. Peter. Okay. Check. Thank you for being here. Right. So first things first is look at your real estate. And when you look at your real estate, a couple things. Take out anything that doesn't make sense for what it is that you're doing. Okay. Also make it your real estate will have an effect on how the buyer looks at your, like, remember the restaurant analogy. If you walked into a restaurant and it was as I described, where there's like a lazy leather boy, a lazy boy leather recliner over here and some patio furniture, and it's just randomness, your perception of this thing is like, oh, this is the food here's you're gonna go, the food here is either like the best food I've ever eaten in my entire life, or this place is a health hazard, right? The perception of how people walk into your show, they're not just looking at you, they're looking at everything that you got going on, right? Now I'm running like a master class here, right? And so it probably makes sense that I have this stuff on the back, right? If I were to only do this show, like we're off of Making Grace Vintage, if I had another channel and I was only to do just master classes, I would probably change up the background to fit the aesthetic of what it is that I'm showing, so that when people walk in, they get an idea of who I am and what I am doing, and there's no confusion, right? But when we go into shows and we're like, where are they? What are they doing? Or we see like a crazy background over here, like all sorts of chaos, and the things that they have in the background aren't anything that they're selling, but they're pulling items and be like, you guys want this? Let me know if it's something that you want. And the things that they're selling aren't there. Instead, use your real estate to capture people's eyes and their attention. Because remember, when we go back to this, we're going to go mobile again. When we go back to this over here, right? We only have a short amount of time in consideration. So we have awareness, discover, consideration, and we want them to convert. But if there's anything as they're considering that doesn't make sense, right? They're going to leave. But they're also going to not just be considering you, but they're also going to be considering your background as well, right? Because the stuff in your background makes a difference. In fact, you can use it. So things in your background can actually create confusion, or if you operate it right, the things in your background can actually hold their engagement. What do I mean by that? If my wife will intentionally set up her shows so that you will be able to see the things in the end of her show based off of her market data that she believes are probably going to be pieces that are going to bid up. Okay. So she intentionally puts them at the end of her show, so that people can, number one, they're going to stick around to see that. And then number two is you're going to see items in there that people are like, oh man, what's that like green thing back there? You guys done that before? Yep, we did run a pass 2 years ago. You guys know what I'm talking about? Like, have you guys ever shown up to a show and you're like, getting really close to your phone, being like, what's that like thing in the background, right? Right? Swipe the chat and zoom in, right? Can you zoom in? Oh, yeah, you try to figure out. Oh man, here I am trying to see. So you can use that to your advantage, right? Rapid fire is another thing you can use as well. You can, I know that for a fact. Okay, maybe I can't do it on my own show. Maybe if I'm doing it, because I'm seeing myself, maybe I can't zoom in to my own show. But how cool is that, right? So now you can use your real estate to your advantage, okay? What else can you use? Well, think about it just like the restaurant analogy. Whenever we walk into a place, a lot of times, have you guys ever walked into a restaurant that has no music going on? Number one is, for the most part, I don't notice if music is playing. When I walk into a place and music is playing, I'm not like, oh, there's music here, right? But I do know when there isn't music there, okay? Yeah, Zara's Mom's Closet, thank you for coming back, okay? So she said, so when they ask you, do you show them or do we make people wait? So this is where we have like a process that we're bringing people through, because when you have a show that is designed, my wife has a specific show. You guys go bookmark her show for Tuesday, okay? Go bookmark her show for Tuesday. Here's what you're going to see. She's going to start her show. She's going to greet everybody, welcome them in. She's probably going to see a bunch of people that she already knows, like, what's up? So happy to have you here. She's already like warmed up, ready to go. And then she's going to be like, all right, so if you aren't familiar with me, my name is Jenica. I am in Salt Lake City, Utah. I've been reselling for and she goes through a little intro and she says, here's what we're going to do. And then she walks them through a show, right? And a lot of people will show up and they'll stay for the whole thing. A lot of times we have this tendency to be like, oh my gosh, we have somebody here and they're requesting something and I don't want them to leave, so I want to do something. Don't give it away. She's like, don't give away my strategy. Um, I love it. All the successful sellers started 2 years ago. I watched them all scale up 100%. I love that, right? Because this is an actual scalable business. You can scale this thing up. It's so cool. So what you want to do is you want to be able to have a process through which you're bringing them. I feel that I always cave when someone asks to see something. I love how he changes his voice. Are you talking about my voice? SARS month. Okay. So, okay, thank you. He's in character. trying to be trying to be Grace. Oh yeah, when I changed my wife, I do the imitation of my wife's voice. Yeah. That's how she does it. She changes her voice. Just kidding. Actually, I recommend that you don't change your voice from what your normal speaking voice would be like, right? Have you guys seen that? So I ran a contact center and I had, we had agents. We'd take inbound calls and we would talk to business owners for, they buy internet for like Verizon, AT&T, CenturyLink, Frontier Communications, all that for business owners, right? So all day long we had business owners calling in for those services. And my agents, I noticed they would change their voice, some of them, not all of them. I would recommend, like, hey, don't change your voice when you get on the phone. Use your same voice. Like, be natural, right? Because it's not the same. And so they'd be like talking to me and be like, so I'd be at their desk. Um, yeah, I ran the telephone voice 100%. Yeah, the telephone voice. So because of the telephone voice, I loved it because they would be like talking to me like, yeah, so coach this, and their phone ringing, be like, thank you for calling Verizon. This is Steve. How can I help you today? And I'd be like, why do you do that? Don't change your voice. They're like, I didn't change my voice. No, I can definitely look up service. Can you give me your address? I'm not changing. Like, why are you using your phone? Like, don't do that. And so what I love to do is when they would put their when they put their customer on hold, I had the ability to go in and I could do what's called whisper. I could say something in their ear, but no one else could hear it except for the agent. And I would act like I'd wait till they start talking to their neighbor next to them. And I would act like I was a customer, like, hey, are you still there? And they're like, oh, yes, sir, I'm still here. And I thought it was so funny. I'm like, why do you change up your voice? Why? 3 second pause. Oh, man. Okay. Wow. Let's go. All right. Telemarketer. So these are other things that you add as part of your show, right? So I wasn't necessarily talking about this, but your voice plays a big part in your show. The cadence in which you speak plays a big part. This is why this whole thing that we were talking about just barely came from sourcing. What I am saying now is we want to design a show and create an experience for people to come into. And then we identify the skill sets within those things that we can improve upon as we go. Intonation, the the cadence in which you speak, the variety in your voice. How many people have seen where the person does the same thing over and over again, right? They'll show an item and they say it in the same way. Be like, thanks, girl. Okay, so the next piece. And then they go through this entire thing again and they're like, okay, yep, oh, I love it. Thanks, girl. And they do this. It's the same thing over and over again. Our brains get tired of hearing the same thing. So when you go back and you watch your show, because you're a pro and you're going to do that, you can start noticing in the words you use and how you use it, the inflection of your voice, the cadence in which you speak, and then you can vary those and it keeps people engaged. So people will stay longer in your show if you vary your voice and if you don't repeat things all the time. My chatty Cathy self could never, but I'm in the Northeast. We speak quickly. I got to remember to slow down. Um, sometimes the oh, I'm doing it. You're like, yeah, you're doing the thing that you're saying you should do. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yes, I'm doing the thing and I'm telling you you should do it. Yeah, yeah. So what I'd say to that is, um, be you. Be you. Some of my wife's favorite sellers on here, they are not anywhere near, they speak fast. Like one of her favorite is Liz Styles. She speaks fast. She's in Brooklyn. And so I think so. I don't know if she's in Brooklyn or she's in Jersey now. But I think she's from Brooklyn. So she has the Brooklyn accent. She speaks in that way. She has that thing and she loves it, right? So you don't need to change up how you are. Thanks. Shandy123, thank you. She's in Florida and from Brooklyn. I was way off. I'm like, she's in Jersey or Florida, like either one. They're like practically right next to each other. Thank you so much, Shandy, for the tip. I really appreciate that. Really appreciate that. So these are the things that are really helpful. That's why we put together the coaching group. Y'all, if you are really looking for some help, like help for to be able to put all these things together, you're like, okay, so don't yell at the chat, got that. You're taking notes and all this stuff. You're like, how do I put all these things together? How do I put together a 2-target strategy, the 5S cycle? How do I apply this thing and then make sure that this whole thing's working? That is what the community, the coaching is for. So I'm gonna, whoops. Yeah, there it is. Okay, that's what this thing is for. So y'all, what I'm thinking is I'm wondering if we want to run one of these. I'm wondering if I want to run one of these things. We have a rule in our house to not to not brainstorm in front of the kids, and I'm doing that right now. Not that you guys are kids, but in our house, right? Don't brainstorm in front of the kids. And then I just did it in front of y'all. You're not kids. I know that. Okay. So grateful that you guys are showing up right now. Let's talk about another thing that I see in shows that I think prevents people from staying in your show. Okay. So the other thing I see in shows that prevents people from staying in your show is it's not a show itself. You're actually streaming because we get a little bit uncomfortable. We want to have the comfort of having people in the show that we know. But what ends up happening is you think we run one? You think we run one? Let's run one. My beautiful wife, will you run one? Let's start it off. We'll start off at 47. Okay. If you guys are interested in doing it, you guys can join us. We'll do it. You could get this for $47 right now, and you'll be part of the community. It's going for the next 20 seconds. If this is something you're interested in doing, this is the actual coaching. So if you do this, you'll join into our community. We will see you on a call on Wednesday, or if you can't make Wednesday, don't worry, it's recorded. And I know, Kristen, one day. All right. So, all right, no worries. So what we want to do is we want to we want to make sure that we're not streaming. Okay, there's a difference between doing a show, something that is thought out, that has a process behind it, and there's a difference between streaming. Streaming is I'm hanging out with my friends on here, and it would be like the same thing of walking into a restaurant, and when you walk in, it's me, and then like some people sitting around the table, and I'm like, hey, what's up? Let me know if you have any requests. Okay, I'm here just hanging out with my friends. And what happens is you show up to a show like that, you're like, oh, shoot, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to intrude on a private event here. I'm gonna go, right? It would be the same thing if what happened if you walked into that restaurant. You'd be like, oh, I didn't realize this is a private residence. I'm gonna go. So I understand why we do it because it makes us feel more comfortable to be hanging out with our friends online, but we need to create an environment that's a show and a process through which we're bringing people in and through. Remember, it doesn't matter what your product is. I mean, it matters what your product is to a degree, but that's not your show, because you'll find people that will watch your show again and again, and they will purchase the product when it comes across and it's like, yeah, I'm totally down with that. But instead, what we want to do is we want to have a show that's engaging, that people will show up and they'll watch regardless of it, because eventually something's gonna, I can't tell you how many people have hit up my wife or even in the chat or DM'd them and be like, hey, I purchased something from you, or I purchased 3 things from you tonight, but I've been watching you for months. And I've really enjoyed your shows. And then tonight you showed me that thing and I love it. And I purchased it. And then they'll purchase. We've had people be like, spend like a couple $100 in they're like a first time buyer. And in their first show, they spend a couple $100 with us. And you're like, whoa, that's pretty wild. And then when you're like, oh no, I've been watching you for months. I'm a first time buyer, but long time listener, first time buyer, right? You guys know what I'm talking about, right? So what you want to do, how do you transition into a show if you've always just been streaming? Have a process for what it is that you're doing. Okay, we're gonna go back to this. Okay, have a process. That's why I was talking about this, and I'm like, I ain't even mad that running up chat is a thing. Yeah, you just need a process. So at least start out with something. Okay, have an idea for what it is that you're going to do for your show. Okay, when my wife does this, she's not just winging it. There's an actual plan. In fact, she spends time with her items before. Okay, what does that mean? I'll show you. You guys can. We'll take a look over here. Okay, our shipping station is just on the other side of this. Okay. All right. So my wife will come in and she'll look through these things and she'll figure out what she's going to be doing and in what order she's going to put it together. And she spends time with her items so that she has a process, because when you have a process, you can fall back on the process and you don't have to worry so much about what it is that you're that way. Um okay, how many of you in here are introverts and you feel like you just have a little bit of trouble being on camera? How many of you are introverts? You're like, it's the camera that I don't want to get in front of. Me. Okay. Me. Okay. 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 Let's talk about this. What you want to do is have a process that you bring people in. Gotta head out. Love it. Hope you have a great show. Thank you so much, Greg. So happy that you dropped by. Hope to see you again. We would love to co-host with you. That'd be so fun. I would actually love to hear your insights for this, because I feel like you unlocked something for my wife years ago on how to run a show. So I'm so grateful you stopped in. We'll see you. And now we're going to know when you show up. No more watching and lurking. We'll chat soon. Okay, cool. All right. So if you have a process, it's easier to be able to do the thing that you're doing because you can fall back on your process. I even think that extroverts might even have a more difficult time on here because they can be all over with what it is that they're doing. It's like that natural salesman who doesn't have a process because they don't need to, because they're just good. But then when things go wrong or they don't know what to do, they get an objection they don't know, then they fall back to like bad habits on things, and then it spirals for them. This is why I see all the time. My natural salesmen, the people were like, dude, I got this, and they would crush it. Some days they'd come in and be like, crush it. But I also knew that they would either be like the top of my team or they'd be like the bottom, depending on what day it was. And the reason why is because they didn't need to. So I actually believe that introverts have an advantage because I'm like, hey, it would be like the same people that came to me like, I have zero sales experience. This isn't even what I want to do. It's something I feel would be good for me to learn, and it helps me like get out of my comfort zone. But I'm not really like a salesperson. And I'm like, that I'm so glad to hear you say that. Let me bring you in and I'll teach you the process. And when they learn the process, they would be so consistent. And if they got really good at it, they'd be some of my top salespeople, but they were introverted. but they were also really open to coaching and feedback. They didn't take it personally. My natural salespeople, when I'd come in to be like, hey, I see your day's going a little rough. Look, can I give you a little feedback? They're like, dude, it's the callers. And I'm like, okay, yeah, let's say you've had some bad calls, but can I point something out to you? They're like, yeah, go for it. Like, I'm good at this. The it's not me, it's them. And I'm like, okay, gotcha. What I've noticed is you literally haven't been doing any of your discovery part of the process at all. And they're like, okay. I'm like, and then you didn't pitch anything on the last one. And they're like, all right. But it's not me. Like, I wouldn't pitch it. And so they don't receive any feedback. Why would I need to receive feedback? I'm good at this. You know what I'm saying? Introverts actually have an advantage because you have to come in with a process. Okay. What do I mean by a process? Have a way that you show, if you're showing items, have a process through which you do your show. So you know how you're going to do your show. And then you have a process for how you show your items. Does anyone in here know how my wife shows items? Raise your hand if you know how my wife shows items. I'm curious. Christian knows. Okay. You guys want to see? Now, what I'm saying is, I'm not saying it's her process that works. I'm saying because she has a process, it works because she's done this multiple times. Okay. She's done this a lot. Okay. So this is what it looks like. She will pull the item up. You guys pay attention. A lot of times she's like a little bit sneaky with it because she doesn't want you to see it. And she'll be talking, be like, so when I found this item, and she'll tell like a little story or she'll say something about whatever it is. So she kind of prefaces what she's doing and then she's like, check this out. And the first thing she does is she lifts it up and she shows the tag. Okay. And then she does this reveal, pulls it back. Holy cow, I'm getting off track. Wait, over here. Okay. Pulls it back and shows the item. Then, as she continues to talk, what she's going to do is she might try the item on, or she is sneaky. um, she might try it on. She's going to talk through what it is. She might describe it in a different way, or she pairs it with, like, this is how you wear, whatever it is. She has a process for that one piece, but that process is part of an overall process, right? So, processes within processes, right? Inception, right? So, I want you guys to consider that when you're doing. Is this helpful, Beth? Are you still in here? Let me know. Joe rocks. Thanks for being here. Yeah, I am super helpful. Okay, cool. So design your show. So now when you do that, why are we doing that? Well, number one is we have a really consistent thing in this. We have something that is very consistent. When we have consistency, the buyer comes back and they enjoy the consistency of it, right? They enjoy, yeah, 100%. They enjoy the consistency of the show that you're doing. They know what to expect, but there's always like some novelty as what's going to happen, right? Because you're not going to be able to see every single item. Now, I'm not saying you need to like do mystery polls or anything like that. You can still do like loaded shows. That's just whatever your process is. Yeah. And then she's excited to show the item because she spent some time with the item. Okay. So um, once she's done that, right? Once she goes through her process, if she needs to, she can adjust parts of her process. So you guys have probably seen, if you've watched my wife, she'll change stuff up of being like, hey, she has a segment at the end that she calls rapid fire. That's like all the items that didn't sell. Maybe we didn't have the right audience at that point. She'll go through it again and be like, hey, we're gonna do rapid fire. Another thing that she might do is sometimes she's done like more like grand finale, like I'm building up to this, and it's like a theme. Like I have a grand finale theme, or she's like, this is the theme for the night based off of what she finds. So what I want you guys to do is go back and look at your show now, right? And when we were talking about sourcing, you're like, well, we were talking about sourcing and how do I do sourcing? And I'm like, well, this is that thing that I was talking about. I was like, yeah, sourcing is super important. But what are we talking about? What is sourcing exactly? Well, sourcing is designed to do two things. It's designed to get return buyers and increase lifetime value, and it's designed to get feedback. That's one of the areas we can get feedback, right? Well, how does this all work out together? You guys ever like gone to like someone who knows quite a bit about the body, like a doctor or someone, and you're like, oh man, it's so weird. Like I have like something going on with my knees. Um, Came for the vintage, stay for the TED Talk. So cool of you to do a show like this. Thank you. I'm glad that you stayed. All the vintage I'm showing, like it's not for sale tonight. But my wife is doing a show on Tuesday, so you can bookmark her show. I'm glad that you don't I'm so glad that you're here. And you've been hanging out with me for a bit as well. Okay, I love it. So, have you guys ever gone to like a doctor or someone who knows like quite a bit about like my sister-in-law is an occupational therapist. So sometimes I'll be like, "Hey, I have this thing going on with my elbow. I don't know what it is." And she's like, "Oh, okay." And she's like looking at like showing I'm like, "This is where it hurts right here." And she's like, "Oh, all right." Well, and then she's like working on the shoulder in some way or like something to do with the wrist. And I'm like, "What are you doing?" She's like, "Oh, well, a lot of times the thing that's happening over here is actually caused by this thing over here." You guys know what I'm talking about? It's not directly the thing that we think that it is that's the problem. It's something else that's affecting that thing, right? Right? And you're like, well, like my knee hurts, and you're like, you're checking on my left knee hurts, and you're checking on like my right shoulder, and you're like, oh well, if your right shoulder's out of place, it'll affect how your displacement of the weight when you walk, and it could hurt your knee. You're like, what? That's crazy. I would have never thought that. Here I am working on my knee. That's how sourcing is a lot of times. That's how the 5S cycle is, right? So we want to understand what's happening to design a show well, because we might not actually know what to source unless we have this piece done first, because it might not actually be that your items aren't that great. You might have fantastic items. They're just not being shown as well as they possibly could. Or it could also be that you have this thing dialed in and now you're getting the market data, because when you ship, you're like, oh, these items are doing well. These ones aren't. These ones bid up. These ones don't get sold at all. So now when I go back to source, when I'm working on my sourcing, I'm better at doing this thing because of the data that I'm getting, because I know that my show is at least dialed in. A lot of people have really good items, but they don't show up very well. So they're like, well, I guess I'm trying to do this thing, but it's not working out well. It's like, well, let's make sure that we have each one of these elements handled. Let's make sure we have each one of these things handled well in order to make sure that it's not just a sourcing issue, or it's not just a show issue. Let's have a process for each one of these things. Okay, make sense? Make sense? Let me know if that makes sense, y'all. Bye, Kristen. Thank you for hanging out. Yes, sir. Okay, cool. Yes, yes. Okay, cool. So that's why it's really hard. Like, I used to do like Q&As on here, and it was really hard to do because the we're looking for a tactic, and a lot of times the thing that we think is the issue is not actually the issue. The thing that we think is preventing our business from growing is not the thing itself. And so we're trying to fix something that isn't it. It's like it's like you have a flat tire, but you're like, that doesn't make sense. My gas tank is filled up. And maybe I just need to put more gas in it. It's like, no, it's not. That's not the issue. And a lot of people are like, well, I'll figure it out. Maybe, or you can compress time frames. You can compress time frames by following a process, and that's really what we're looking to do, right? When we have a process for what we're doing, when we have a process for what we're doing for each one of these things, this is an input and a process. This is an input and a process. This is an input and a process. So is this and this. When we have something like that and we keep referring to the same things and we keep improving upon these same things, that's where we begin to see growth and things open up. A lot of times, and when we do that, what happens is we're actually compressing time frames. So something that may have taken us 2 years to figure out, because we've done this, now we can help somebody else figure out how to do it in like 2 months. Why? Because we're taking things and being like, oh, this is how you apply the process to what it is that you're doing. And so that's why making sure that when you're looking at your business, what you think is the problem, you might also want to go through and look. Like, again, people are like, my biggest problem is I don't get enough people to my show. That was like the number one thing that people say. How do you get more people to your show? The other thing that comes up is like, well, what should I do for my starting bid? What should I do for my starting bid? That's my biggest thing, is trying to figure out pricing. And so when I was doing Q&As, I would answer like as best as I could to the question that they're asking me. But after we get off the Q&A, I'm like, I feel like I'm answering questions, but I'm not really helping anyone, because the issue of what they're talking about I'm answering very directly, but that's not actually the thing itself. Like the thing in, I'll give you an example. If somebody's like, look, I'm doing a bunch of shows, I'm really hovering at the same like audience level the whole time. What I think my problem is that I need to get more people to my show. What I would say to that is like, well, if I drop like 50 people in your show right now, would those 50 people stay? And they're like, no, I've been rated before, and like it's like 40 people in my show, so I go to 50, but then like 15 minutes later, I'm back down to 10. So how do I get more people to my show? And it's like, oh, see, this is the thing that we need to identify. It's not how many people do we get to our show, how do we keep people in our show? And when we do that, then we have to go through and we start working on things that didn't seem like the problem itself. It's something in the background. And that's why I'm talking about like compressing time frames is really important, because we can skip all the tactics that we're doing to try to solve a problem that isn't actually the problem. It's a symptom of something else. So what I mean by that, if it's like people will be like, well, does promoting your show work? 100% it works. It works to promote your show. You're like, well, I did it, but I ended up paying, but like I still have the same amount of people in my show. That's because it's not the amount of people that are coming into your show, it's the amount of people that are leaving your show. And you're like, well, how do I fix that? Cool. We need to go back through and look at a few of these different things. And that's why it's so helpful to have somebody from the outside come in and be like, hey, how many of you would be comfortable with somebody coming in and like actually like giving you feedback in your show? I'm curious. Or how, you know, where you're like, I would do a show. Okay, cool. I love it. Cool. I would. I would. Okay, cool. I would absolutely. Cool. I love it. Y'all, that is the thing that I'm talking about here. That is, if you guys can, oh, man, okay, cool. I love it. Y'all, when the time is right for you, I would love for you guys to join us in the community, okay? We're doing this for a very specific reason, okay? When the time is right, this is what we're doing. This is the entire thing behind this, is bringing people in, getting to know what it is that they're doing. We talk literally to each other. You can see other people in the community, and then that's what it was built off of, right? So always so healthy to keep your student a hat on, always open to that. Yeah. Um, so Katie hit it on the head. Okay. Here's the thing about, I want to talk about something that I didn't know was that. I thought that what the value that I brought, I'm going to give you a real thing. I was just telling you about like, I thought this, right? And I'm going to tell you the market data that I've learned. Y'all ready for this? The value of what I'm doing here now in coaching, I know that I can help people to do what they're doing better, right? And so what I built is this whole thing in the playbook was all built around that. In fact, my offer was built around that initially. How can I do that? What I have found though is being a student of this, the feedback that I'm getting and what I've seen in the growth of people in their business. Yes, the information and the feedback is really helpful and is really important. But same, Katie, I learned the same thing. Um, what it is the community itself is what does it, not just me. So it's a community that's coming together. For a lot of y'all, the reason why your business is stalled out or it's not moving on, it's not something that you're doing necessarily wrong. You probably have a lot of the things right. You just need an outsider's perspective to come in and be like, hey, in a safe environment with the community you trust, how can we solve this thing for you and give you some feedback? Some people like the feedback like real time, like, yeah, just tell it to me straight, I'll do that. Some people are like, hey, if you give me feedback, I'd really prefer that like we go like have a private conversation. I don't want you to give me feedback in front of other people. It makes me feel like it embarrasses me. I'm like, oh, okay, 100%, right? But what I have found is that people, I love it. Okay. The people that the people that are most open to feedback working within a community, it's crazy because what Katie just says is sometimes it is indirectly even. It gives me the time and space to think about my business and grow through others. 100%. You guys like, so Katie's part of our number one. She's a straight killer when it comes to this stuff. Like she's solid, right? It was so cool to talk about the goals of what was going to happen for this next year, and to see like, man, she over in less than a year, I've watched her do something that I'm like, that's incredible. And I have learned so much from her, so much. And so what she's saying is like the stuff that we learn indirectly. She said, sometimes it's indirectly even. It gives me the time and space to think about my business and grow through others. And that was this unlock for me of being like, holy cow, what happens is we're in a community and we're talking. Like when I say like we're talking, number one, there's a community that you're in. You can post and see other people's pictures of what they're doing, right? It's an actual community, right? Then there's a classroom in there where you can learn all the language of what we're using and the stuff that we're talking about here, right? Then on top of that, when we meet up on a call and everyone can see each other, and we're talking on like a Google Meets platform, and we can see each other's camera on camera, and we can hear each other's voices, we might be having a I might be talking with another person about what it is that they have a question on, and everyone else is getting all this like, oh my gosh, that helped me just unlock something in my business. It's like the mastermind. That's what it is. It's like a mastermind coming together that is working through these things, and it unlocks stuff in our business. And then you go back and see these people's shows and you're like, holy cow, like they're growing every single week. They're getting better and better. We watch Kofi Vintage. I don't know if Priscilla's still in here. Nope. Her show now is so good. Kofi Vintage, she was in here earlier. Her show from when we first started all working together to now has constantly just improved and gotten better and better and better, to the point now that my wife, if Priscilla doesn't do a show, I'm like, what's up with you today? And she's like, I don't know. Honestly, I think it's because Priscilla didn't do a show today. And so I feel like I'm missing out on something right now. So I don't know. It's just, I missed her show, right? Because it's so well done at this point and it's still evolving and growing. It's the fact that we all have come together and been able to talk through these things, and it's amazing. So for those of you, I'm curious, just if you wouldn't mind sharing from what I've explained, from what it is that we're offering, is there anyone that is like even remotely like curious about this or interested? I'm just curious if you're like, I get what you're talking about. And if not, no worries. But I'm curious if anyone's like, yeah, because I'd love to answer any questions about it. I'll go back. Do we still have that poll up? It's okay. I think we took it down. 100%, but there's like 7 stepping stones to being in that position. Can you tell me about what you mean? This is good. I'm looking for feedback right now. Gnarly Savage Co. Can you tell me what you mean? Like there's like 7 steps. Okay. All right. Gnarly Nancy's Salvage Co. Following you. I'm very analytical mind, and I'm personally working on making sure my financials are ready. Long story short, I want the foundation ready. Okay, got you. When we talk about the foundation, can you give me a little bit of insight as to what the foundation? Um, yeah, 100%. Way to notice the gain on that. As Ron Swanson says, don't half-ass 2 things, full-ass 1 thing. Gotcha. Are you working on more than 1 thing right now? Is that what you're saying? Which I'm 100% with that. Feel like people tell their life stories for sympathy buys. Maybe. Um, I That's totally possible. The high-end hoarder, that's such a good name. Yes, interest. I currently do events and I have my setup like a store, but I can't do that at home, so I need to have different setup and do lives. Okay. So currently do events and have setup like a store, but can't do that at home, so I need to have a different setup to do lives. Okay. Gotcha. So you're saying like I'm not ready to go through and do that very thing yet. Okay. I have a full-time job. I want to have a business plan, and I want to make sure the inventory system and accounting is ready. The tax man is scary. Gotcha. Um, yeah, 100%, Katie. You're hitting on the head because Katie was doing that same thing. She was transitioning from full-time over. I want to make sure that I have a business plan. I want to make sure the inventory systems and accounting is ready. Okay. Love it. One of the things that I would recommend as well, just throwing this out at you, okay? A lot of times we, and I'm not saying this is you, but I want to just throw something out and just be like, sometimes we want to make sure that we get into good enough shape so we can go to the gym because we don't want to look like we're the out of shape person at the gym. And the reason why I say that is be like, well, then I want to make sure that I can serve you while you're in that time to be able to make sure that you are setting up your foundation. And so what I would say is probably for you, um, uh, sorry, getting lost over here. What I'd say is probably best for you is, do you have a playbook already, Gnarly Salvage? And then I love what you're saying as well with Ladybug Network. You're saying, yes, interested. I do events and I have my setup like a store, but I can't do that at home. So I need to have a different setup to do lives. Gotcha. So you're saying that you're doing stuff um, from a storefront. I love that. Yeah, I love my dream is to own a mobile trailer store so I can travel everywhere. I love that. I love that. Moving off of eBay and other platforms to live sell, dove right in head first and now refining. Cool. Chicken poop shop. If at any point you're looking for some to join a community, let us know. Okay. I have 2 warehouses full of stuff and I just don't like to go live. Okay. High-end hoarder. Are you traditionally reselling? Yes. Okay. And is the reason is I'm curious if you don't mind me sharing because I think I'd be willing to bet you probably like Whatnot because you're on Whatnot right now. Do you watch shows on Whatnot? But you're like, I like it, but you're not interested in going live. I love watching. I buy tons. Okay. If you're okay with it, what is preventing you from wanting to go live? Um, oh, I love it. I love it. You're so gnarly. It's like, yeah. Um, I love that you're meeting with an SBA mentor. That's awesome. The SBA, I did some stuff with the SBA years ago, and I was like really impressed. I have gone live a couple of times, and no one watched or bought. Okay, done contract work in the past, so I know the taxing needs to be on point. I'm not trying to mess myself up 100%. That's good feedback because I think that it's something that these are the type of things that when I get this type of feedback, I'm like, okay, I wonder how can I help in that way. High end hoarder. I su- I support everyone. Okay, Lucky Rhino, glad to have you in here. Um, I support everyone. Um, if you had, I'm curious, a high end hoarder, if you had more people showing up to your show, and would that be something that you would keep going, Kelly? If you don't mind me calling Kelly, is it the fact that you're going live? Um, I love it. Okay, cool. Lucky Rhino, thank you, appreciate that. Okay, um, yeah, 100%. I appreciate you being here and saying that. Um, Okay, I love it because Kelly, if you have that, if you have the desire to do the thing, um, I feel you on that, Harley Savage. I got you sold 25 things, but you want to be like aware of like, hey, this thing could all of a sudden like could take off. Okay, because I would love, Kelly, I would love to chat with you on that because I think if you have stuff, especially if you have that much inventory and you're already doing this, and it's just like, hey, how do I get more people to my show? Man, I'd love to be able to help you out. I think that the playbook would be perfect for you to be able to understand it. Um, yeah. Okay. And how about we give away a playbook, and then yeah, so hey, Kelsey, we're doing for our launch group, for our what we're doing is we're going to be covering shipping in our call this week. So we are, I weigh everything, I'm not sure to use flat rate and let the bundled shipping, yeah. So we're doing that. That's something that we're doing in our community, our coaching group thing. We're doing that, and then I'm hoping to be able to give kind of a better idea. But yeah, if that's something that you're like, hey, I'm doing this, Kelsey, I see you got a show coming up, like you're doing this. You got a show tomorrow. Let's bookmark our show. But if it is something that you are like you're interested in learning and growing, like join us in the group. I think it'd be join us in the group. I think it'd be really beneficial. Because the shipping, we're going to cover it. My wife's going to cover not from just the whatnot perspective. She's going to cover USPS because that's what whatnot shipping is based off of. They have a deal with USPS, the U.S. Postal Service, and so my wife knows that really well. So she's going to go deep into that, and we're going to record that so it'll be in the community so people can come in and understand that. Because if you understand the USPS, then you understand how you can navigate whatnot, and what whatnot is looking for and what USPS is looking for. Gnarly Savage says, but you nailed the analogy of working out to go to the gym. That's why I went to SBA. I know overthink and I need someone to pull me back. That's why I said I'm 100% interested. Just have a few check marks to check off first. I love it. Kelly says, I have great stuff. We all think that, but I really do. LOL. And I sell everything, clothing, kids, jewelry, glassware, etc., etc. Kelly, you, um, man, I would love to be able to work with you because if you're already doing this right now, and you've got that, like we would love to be able to help you in just that, the fact of like being able to go live. Yeah, I think you. So one of the things is like working through that thing of being like, man, I'm doing this and nobody, it's not going how I want. Yeah, let's do it. Um, okay, message us, Kelly. I love it. And then um, this is the, yep. Kelsey, if you want to join us, the thing is pinned right there. And then Gnarly said, I actually just love clothes. And I found my people on this app. I quickly fell in love with the concept of the community and being able to share passions. You are going to crush it because of that thing right there. Because you're being able to share the package. Love it, Kelsey. I'd love to see you on Wednesday. Go follow the link into you'll do the application, follow that, go in there and look at, yeah, follow along. I'm excited. We'll talk more in the community. I honestly love clothes. I love that you said that because it is that's going to help you to be successful. When I hear what you're saying, you're like, look, I did it, and then I sold items, and then I was like, holy cow, this is real. Like this actually works. And I think it's good. Like, okay, what I love about this is your name Nancy, Gnarly Savage. Let me know. And if you're like, hey man, like I don't want my personal information out here, totally fine. I'll call you Gnarly. All right. I also just want to make sure that I'm addressing, if you'd like to be called by your first name, I'd love to do that. But what I love about that is that you did the thing, and then you like went back. One of my favorite stories is actually he's my brother-in-law. Um, he started a window washing business. In about a little over a minute, we're going to be giving away a playbook. But what I loved about this thing, let me just tell a story real quick, is I was asking him how he started a window washing business. And he was doing like, he did it. He did it like he started from the ground up and he did it. And I was like, that's so cool. Like, how did you do window washing? He's like, oh, I went out and I started knocking doors. Oh, Angie. Okay. Okay. Oh, I love it. Gnarly Nancy is such an awesome name. So, Angie, I love what you're saying because this reminds me of my brother-in-law where he's like, yeah, I went out and I started knocking doors and seeing if people wanted their windows washed or if they wanted a bid to get their windows washed. And then they're like, yeah, he's like, great, I'll be back tomorrow to like do the bid or whatever, or you do it right there and he'd sell it. And then he would come home and I was like, what'd you do after that? He was like, then I came home and I looked up on YouTube how to wash windows. And then I went out and I bought this stuff. So, okay, your alter ego. I love it. I'll call you Nancy then. So Nancy, I feel like that's very similar to what you just said of being like, he went out and sold the thing, and then he's like, now let's figure out how to do this thing. Like test it first and see if it works, and then be like, okay, I gotta go get the foundation of this thing set up. So Nancy, I love that when gnarly Nancy, what a cool name. When you're ready, let us know. We love to do that. But I love that you took action on it, figured it out. Sunrise Vintage Resells, you won the giveaway. You're getting the playbook. Okay, cool. I want to, real quick. So, all right. Sam Connor. Want to come in? Samantha. Holy moly. Samantha, you sold 10K on here? Woo! Okay, cool. Helping not using your real name, right? Gotcha. I love that. Don't use your real name. You don't want, like, you feel like you're in trouble. Someone's like, Angie, you're like, how did you know my name? Okay. Oh, I love that. Kelly, that's so cool. That's that same thing. Your husband and I started a street sweeping company 25 years ago with a broom and a dustpan. Like, let's go figure this thing out, and then we'll go sell it first, and then we'll go do the thing. Samantha, you're crushing it right now. I wanted to say, so you said my youngest daughter got me started, and then my oldest daughter started keeping it in the family. I love that. Are they all doing it? I was scared when I started a year ago, and now I'm at 10K sales. That's amazing. Keep going. Let us know. We'd love to work with you. Same thing, magical mischief, same thing. You let us know. Fashion runs deep. Let us know. Now you have 17 sweeper trucks. Gotcha. So gnarly Nancy's like, hey, I'm very extrovert in real life, but always private online. So I was nervous to go live the first time. So gnarly Nancy was born, came out of the gamer world, like, right? Love it. Man, it's so cool to just be able to connect with y'all and to see what it is that you're doing. So excited to be working with a lot of y'all. Um, And then I'm going to continue to do these master classes. So I hope you guys are getting value out of these. If you're like, hey, I just want, like, can you give me like an overview of the thing? That's what the playbook is for. The playbook itself, it's $20 and to buy it now. Really helpful to understand for, and especially those of you that have been in traditional resales and you're trying to make that move over, because most of the things that we're dealing with in our business is actually a mindset thing. If we can uncover the mindset thing, it'll unlock a lot of things for us to be able to continue to grow our live reselling business, because they're not the same. And so I just wanted to like just emphasize that it's easier to be someone else. First lesson in acting class. Is it? Oh no. I guess it is easier for me to be Bryce. Run it up, chat. I'm just kidding. It's not easier. Not for me. Um, First lesson in acting class. It's easier to be someone else. It's hard to be you. It's easier to be someone else. I love it. Yeah, she got it. She's like, it'd be easier than this to be somebody else. I love that. And I think that also can be really helpful because when we talk about this right here, like getting into state is part of this staging process, right? So this week in our community, our coaching community, we're going to be talking about shipping, but we will talk about staging. When we talk about staging, part of this is actually getting into state, for example. So I need, and whenever we're going into a process, sometimes it's like um, we gotta get into like that state to be able to do the thing. You know what I'm saying? So that's something like, especially if you're like, I have like a name that I use that like can help you to get into that state of like, oh, this is my mindset as I go into this, right? So I love that. Samantha, she was like, I started with glass and I went into clothes and went with jewelry and now I'm doing all kinds of things. I love it. I love it. So um, I love it. Y'all, I'm going to go hang out with my family. Kelsey, I'm so happy to have you part of the community. For any of you that are like, yeah, I'm interested in doing this thing, but you have questions, message us. Or if it's in our buy it now, if it's something you want to do, it's right there. I was a born thrifter. I'm in it for the hunt. I know that. I already knew that about you. Everyone here is a treasure hunter. I'm a different type of treasure hunter, but that's why y'all are here, right? So, but let us know because this is gonna be really fun over the next bit. Yeah, dude. Thanks, Jess. Appreciate it. Um, I look forward to being able to just bring more value to y'all and then let me know like when we come in and when I'm doing this master class and you're thinking of things like later and you're like, oh man, what would I ask? Right. And let me like, let's walk through it. It's all free, right? Magical Mista. If you want to come in, you've got something like, how can I help you? Beth, I appreciate that. She said, this is so incredibly helpful. Thank you so much. I'm so happy I popped in. Thank you for all the tips. Yes, 100%. Okay. Gnarly Nancy says, thanks, brother. I'll be around for sure. I look forward to getting more involved in the community. Okay, love it. For those of you that are like, yep, I want to get involved with the community, hey, it's in our buy it now. And then when you're ready, jump in. We'll introduce you to everyone else that's doing this. So Kelsey, I'm so excited. This will be fun when you uh put in the application so we can get that thing set up. So we are going to go hang out with Liz Styles. I want you guys, this is one thing before we do this. I want you to, good. I'm glad to hear that. Thank you. You have a blessed night as well. Bless this mess. When you watch Liz Styles, I want for those of you who are like, hey, I'm not sure like if people are going to be down with me, I want you to understand that who you are at your core, we use our processes to allow for you to show up as more of you so people can fall, they can become a super fan of you, not your product. And Liz Styles is a really good example of that. She crushes it. So y'all watch that and yeah, we'll see y'all soon.